session. I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9:05 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube at Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in the meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which are viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will now turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioner's presence.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during the roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark. Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Callum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Where is Sue here? Oh, there you are. So I believe there were some proposals for some changes on the agenda as it was posted last night. So I am going to make a motion to amend the agenda before we move to vote on it. So the first item that I was going to move is under unfinished business A. We have direct mail contract for that Edward Woods III discussed last week, or discussed yesterday. It seems like last week. So I want to move that unfinished business item 5A down to the staff report for the Communications and Outreach Director under 8C. So I would move to make that amendment. And if someone's so inclined to second it, did you second, Commissioner Lett?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to amend the meeting agenda to move item 5A down to 8C, Communications and Outreach Director Staff Report. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on that amendment. So again, we're voting on the amendment, not the agenda itself. So this is to move direct mail contract discussion down to the staff reports where it would regularly be. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. So it looks like we have one nay, so the ayes prevail and the amendment is adopted. The second amendment was to add on under section 6 new business, a item which will be 6B, to approve the, I think it's Fink Bresic interview questions. So we're gonna make that our, actually, let's make that 6A and then move the current 6A to B. So the motion is to add approve Fink Bessick interview questions to item 6A and make the current 6A 6B. If someone would be so kind as to second that motion. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lett. So we have a second amendment to move to add a new agenda item under new business, make it A, approve the interview questions, and then the current A will become B. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on that amendment. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the motion carries and the agenda is amended. So at this point, is there any debate or discussion on the agenda as amended? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and approve the meeting agenda. All in favor of approving the meeting agenda as amended, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, so it looks like we have one nay. So the ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, without objection, we will now begin public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with the public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your name or number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to address the commission is number 1, Tarun, I think it's Agarwal.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, it's not working?
It's pretty quiet. Is the microphone on? Can you tap it?
I'm pretty loud.
Tap the microphone with your finger. Oh, it's on. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, guys. Good morning. My name is Tarun Agarwal, and I'm basically here to talk about Hamtramck and Dearborn area. I grew up in Hamtramck, close to East Detroit, and I graduated from University of Michigan Dearborn. So I urge you to really keep the Dearborn Heights area separate from Detroit, and the Hamtramck area separate from Detroit. When you're redrawing the maps and everything with integrity. And I really just wanted to say, you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you for the hard work you're doing. It's very exhausting, and I'm sure things are just gonna keep moving. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Colleen.
Hi, good morning. My name is Colleen Talakla. I live in Brownstown Township. I really appreciate the hard work that the commission has been doing, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I think that Downriver should be a single district that includes municipalities of Wayne, Romulus, Taylor, Wyandotte, Huron Township, Brownstown Township, Riverview, Woodhaven, Trenton, Grosio, Flat Rock, Rockwood, Gibraltar, Ash Township, and Berlin Township, as well as the Huron River watershed and Wayne and Monroe counties. This would likely be an extremely partisan and fair district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Kyle Stefanski.
Hello, my name is Kyle Stefanski. I'm a lifelong Michigander who was born and raised in Warren. So I'm currently a community organizer in that community. I just want to say that I really appreciate all the hard work the Redistricting Commission is doing to redraw our district maps. I know the work can be very sophisticated and tiresome. I just wanted to comment on the city of Warren and how it should be redrawn. I think Warren should not be divided into multiple state house districts like it currently is. People living in Warren should have their own voice since it's the third largest city in Michigan. Warren is also home to important employers such as General Motors, the U.S. Army, and Stellantis. So I believe that Warren should be its own house district.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ray Ann Weymouth.
I'm testing this. Oh, this is good. Okay. Good morning.
Rayanne Weymouth, resident of Ann Arbor, Michigan, in Washtenaw County. As a result of Proposal 18-2, the Michigan Constitution now states that districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. To accomplish this, you commissioners may find situations where you will need to draw some districts with safe seats. However, the rest of the districts must balance out the map to create one that is fair regardless of geometric shape, or city and county lines. My own feeble attempts at map drawing tended toward pie-shaped districts. While this particular outcome may not be practical, I urge you to indulge your creativity and cooperative spirit to draw maps that do not waste votes and do not favor one party over another. Generally speaking, the objective here is that the party that gets the most statewide votes wins the most seats in the state legislative chambers. In preparing to make this statement, I read the bio and application for each of you. The words fair, impartial, and balanced appeared in 7 of 13 applications. Other keywords were MICRC as an independent body. Okay, thank you. Oh, talk too close. Okay. An independent body, the desire to empower underserved communities, no more gerrymandering, and focusing on opportunities for future voters. I'm sure that the task ahead of you has already taken much time, patience, careful listening, and learning. Godspeed as you move forward. You volunteered to be a commissioner on this commission. Now that you are commissioners, you are being paid to achieve, to the best of your ability, fair and balanced maps for the state of Michigan. Michiganders expect and deserve fair districts. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Rhonda, was your concern about hearing issues? Okay, thank you. Next in line is Christine Rogers.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Christine Rogers. I live in the city of Saline in Washtenaw County. When you are determining how to draw the redistricting maps of Michigan, I believe it's absolutely essential that you consider partisan fairness and be willing to split cities and counties in order to fairly represent all the voters in Michigan. Michigan is neither a blue state nor a red state. Michigan is a purple state. It is time that the redistricting map reflects this so that both parties have an equal chance of gaining the majority in the state house and the state senate. This will lead to more moderate candidates, compromise when determining policy, and less extremism. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Cesar Randazzo. Yes. Okay. I'm having a little hard time reading this name. I believe it's Milo Renna. Pass as well. McMurran, Mr. McMurran. Okay. Tony Pascarella. Pass. And I believe it's Andrea Hunter.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Hunter, and those names before me are steel workers. I guess they came here. They signed up. They didn't know that I was to speak. But we all are steel workers here. I am the president, United Steelworkers Local 1299. Our local is located in Ecorse, Michigan. There, the steel workers of Great Lakes Steel have been there for decades. We want to address the fact that our community, our taxpayers, and our community chose to live there, chose to work there, and they chose to be in a multiracial, multicultural, industrial belt. We like to keep the Detroit and the downriver cities together. In the congressional district, including the Southwest Detroit, is going into the downriver instead of crossing 8 Mile. because Southwest Detroit, downriver cities like River Ridge, Ecorse, we are all together as one family, and we want to stay that way because we have like interests, similarities. Being an industrial part of Southwest Detroit and down in the downriver areas, our interest in political, I would say, concerns are different. Okay, we have people, healthcare concerns, working in factories, working in different things across. What's beautiful about Michigan is that we are all diverse in our service to our communities. And in industrial, we'd like to stay the same because our similarities with our retirees, with our youth, with our school is likewise. And that's why it's very imperative that we stay that way. So in the Congress, in the Senate, in District 8, I see that Madison Heights is with South Detroit, and Madison Heights concerns and being in another county and have a different background as far as work is different than the Southwest Detroit of industrial. That should be considered. I look at the Senate House, District 1, and that area, the Eastern Market should not be separated from this. It's a part of Detroit. And thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that that has concluded our in-person public commentary for the morning. So at this point, we will move on to, oh, we got more? Okay. Thank you. Second, okay. So looks like we have Anthony Scannell.
All right. Hello, check, check. Thank you, Commission. Good morning. What's today? September 28th. Cool. So yesterday, my comments were cut from Zoom, so I'll restate this, but I accidentally said it was the Michigan Constitution that Yesterday, I accidentally said it was the Michigan Constitution that defines major political parties and limits us to 2 in the state, but it's not. It's Public Act 261 of 1995, which means it should be even easier to change and get rid of this duopoly, I call it. I think everyone knows what it is. But so, yeah, I mean, if we can get rid of these 2 major parties and their definition, I mean, yeah, the argument is that people vote for them, but maybe it's kind of a self-enforcing status quo, especially given how many of the 2 major parties are on this commission. I say almost half the people who are registered don't vote, approaching 500,000 of the voting age population aren't registered. Might be there's a hint, maybe an idea as to why, or some of the idea. I'm happy to see on the agenda a discussion of the process by which you intend to determine and approve maps under public consideration that will be put on the website. Happy that's on the agenda today. I do think those things should kind of be voted on. I don't know who's making the decisions. I mean, like I said, I've been watching the things every day, but it's kind of like, who's making this decision? So I hope a vote comes up for that kind of thing. So, okay, yeah, I got a problem, with the public comment process and the sign up for it. There's a link, then you sign up when you come here, but the public meeting notice doesn't say you have to do it on the link if you're doing it in person. So I don't know, it could just be clarified, and especially the language in the public meeting about it. I'd appreciate it. I think the mailing idea is good, that you were talking about yesterday. Sounds a good idea to me. As the districts get bigger, we got State House, State Senate, and Congressional. The considerations of, little specificities, who doesn't want to be with who, I think those are going to diminish as the districts get bigger in size. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Felicia Banks.
Good day. My name is Felicia Banks. I am a 4th generation Detroiter. I am a community organizer. And I'd like to start by saying I've been following this commission mostly silently for the last 5 months. So I'd like to take this time to say thank you. You have demonstrated that you understand the purpose for which you are created, and you have done this job with integrity thus far. My community of interest, why I'm here today, is the downtown Detroit area, mostly spanning from the Warehouse District to what is known as the border of Mexican Town, all along the riverfront. This area is the largest consolidation of wealth in the city of Detroit. And while that gives me both pride, it also is cause for concern. I am concerned that the consolidation of wealth that is within the downtown Detroit area will have its own congressional representative and therefore not answer to the citizens that are within the city of Detroit. I request this commission to evaluate that and to move the congressional borders into the east and west portion of Detroit, including the residents of the city of Detroit. We are grateful for the work that you have done. I thank you for having included me in this conversation. And again, please, with all that is going on, stay safe.
Ms. Banks?
Ms. Banks, we have a follow-up question for
So
you.
what I think I heard you say was you're suggesting that the downtown neighborhood be split. Do you have and I think Woodward doesn't necessarily split downtown, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so do you have, if you could submit a map or help us know where to split, where, if you understand where those consolidations are, or where it makes sense to split the neighborhood, that would be very helpful.
I will do just that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mary Ann Fontana.
Should I just leave it like that? Is that good? Can you hear me?
I would pull it down a little bit more so we can hear, like tilt it towards you. There you go. That's better. You could probably just tilt it.
Is that good now? Is that better?
I think that's better. Yes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. And thank you, all your commissioner, all of you who volunteered for this job and, have been working diligently at it. I really appreciate that. My main reason for coming today, first of all, I'm Mary Ann Fontana. I live in Huntington Woods. I'm in the 9th Congressional District. I have kind of 2 points that I want to make. First of all, that I know that it's been said here just a little bit of time that I've been here, and I've been to some other meetings and listened to some of the meetings virtually, that you all understand your purpose. All of this started with a group called Voters Not Politicians. And the concept is that we, the people, get to choose our politicians. So the fact that you can draw the fairest possible maps is obviously the main goal here. And I know that only number 4 on the criteria is about not giving advantage to a political party. And it seems that the way that our state is configured, that we do have big areas where we have more concentration of one party or the other. So I frankly don't even know how you can attain the fairest, but I hope that you will do your due diligence and please try to make it as fair as humanly possible. The other thing is that I live in the 9th Congressional, and in my district, there is a lot of gerrymandering that had gone on. But one of the things that I hope that you will also consider is that there are a ring of suburbs that just border Detroit, include quite a few cities, and we have a lot more in common and shared interests than some of the areas further north, and because the 9th is split between Macomb and Oakland County. So those suburbs that border Detroit along the southern border are really important to consider together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We have one more. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Maia. I was born and raised on the northwest side of Detroit, Michigan, one of the most integral cities in this entire state. I've also lived on the east side of Detroit, and I've lived downtown. No matter where I've been, what remains everlasting is the city of Detroit needs consistent representatives to stand for racial equity, health, and life stability for families. We vote because we demand more of those things in order to have a fair and flourishing quality of life for generations to come. Thank you for all the work that you've done to draw fair maps for Michigan and your dedicated concentration on the city that is still my home. I can't say it enough. It is imperative that we have fair representation when it comes to our legislature. We need you all to consider and utilize the resources that you all have to do better comparison when it comes to mapping out our districts. Consider the culture and the needs of the people in the city, low wage earners, blue collar workers. These people have been here their entire lives, and ripping apart districts can be devastating for us. Moving forward, you all are able to get on track. May I suggest that you utilize these next few days to truly connect to Detroit and the importance of our districts. You know, when you're really mapping out the city, use those borders as starting points. Consider main roads like 8 Mile, Woodward, freeways like I-96, John C. Lodge. Start there. We really need a complete analysis. You could further evaluate more nonpartisan organizations' maps out there. There's a lot to consider in order to do this in the most fair and just way. And I'm not sure if you thoroughly read those comments on your website, but there's a lot of great ideas there. Please hear Detroiters in this. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have any more in person, or is that, okay, thank you very much. All right, at this point, we're going to move to our remote public commentary. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on the computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on a phone, a voice will say the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. And I would like to agree with the other member, the other public commenter, and I applaud the voters, not politicians effort to get this amendment, because this is what we needed. Because what this did was it revived an inactive commission we already had in the Constitution, the Commission on Legislative Apportionment. And then it just added affiliated members. That's what makes it independent. It's not just Republicans and Democrats. And to the other guy that was talking about the two-party system, we need to verify whether these folks on this commission actually are voting members of the Democratic Party and voting members of the Republican Party. That was never really figured out. Now, to consider your amendment of the rules of procedure, where did that come from? It appeared that your attorney just kind of said, well, I was listening to you and she was listening to you, and she just kind of said you were making these recommendations. She just kind of come with something. She created it. It didn't come from the commission. The business is not coming from the commission asking for this stuff. It just comes your way from them, and they're making it up on the fly. And this is very interesting, this motion to discuss. That it contravenes not only the rules, but it contravenes the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America. Because remember, the rules surrounding straw polling completely violates the rights of the members. I already said that. I quoted it to you. Okay. And the page 366 of Robert's Rules, line 9, no debate before a motion. Okay, you get to go into committee in whole and do that. You can discuss it all day long in committee of whole, for weeks and weeks, for months and months in committee of the whole. You can already have that. And interesting that Commissioner Zatella should be concerned, because it seems like somebody wants to remove some officers here, and that would be Commissioner Zatella. I want to remove too, but you know. This seems to be like, what I heard was somebody talking about how you want to set some rules for the future iteration that's going to happen, but you won't respect the prior iteration of this commission, but you want to set for the future. That's where this it's called the People's Foundation. It's in Michigan. It's that Miss Fahey. They said on there that they want to change the rules and reboot the system.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant.
The Democratic Party is doing this. The Democratic Party is doing this.
Next in line is Linda Levy.
Hi, I'm Linda Levy. I'm a resident of Farmington Hills, Michigan. Wanted to say that it's very important that we make fairness the best guideline to follow in this process. The party that gets the most votes statewide should get the most seats. Your maps must do that to be fair. In the past 20 years, one party has won the popular vote for the state house only 3 times, but has won the majority of seats 8 times. This is not fair, and it must be addressed to satisfy the voters who want Michigan's elections to reflect the wishes of the majority of the citizens. That is why the Michigan voters voted to create this commission. Thank you so much for your time, for your energy, and for listening to public comments.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mary Reimar.
Hello, my name is Mari Reimer. I've lived in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti for about 22 years. My family has lived in Southeast Michigan since my great-grandparents immigrated from Poland to Hamtramck. I'd like to thank the commission for all of their hard work. This is such an important undertaking and a huge responsibility. And I know it's a difficult task to balance all the requirements while keeping in mind all the public feedback. Excuse me. And we do now have the chance to draw the maps fairly to improve our democracy and give all communities more of a voice. So I want to thank the commission for keeping this always in mind as you draw our maps. And I also think the city of Ypsilanti in Washtenaw County should have its own state Senate seat. Ypsi has its own unique population, which is distinct from that of Ann Arbor and deserves representation in the state Senate. We can do this either by making the district Ypsilanti and Eastern Ann Arbor, or have Ypsi share the district with parts of Canton or Belleville, or I heard someone say Ypsi and Monroe and Lenawee. So please consider giving Ypsi a working class community of color more representation. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. It looks like the next few in line are not present. Is that correct? So I'm Bob King, Art Reyes, Mark Payne, looking for Wendy.
I believe they are present.
They are present? Okay,
Yes.
so let's go to Bob King.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the hard work and dedication of this commission. You volunteered for a very difficult job and very important job. I think the single most important criteria is partisan fairness statewide. And in order to achieve partisan fairness statewide, I think you have to take some communities. I am from Ann Arbor, living in Ann Arbor in Washtenaw County. And I think that votes have to be unpacked in both Washtenaw and Ann Arbor in order to achieve statewide partisan fairness. In the House, I think that Ann Arbor should be split into multiple districts, and I'm in support of the AFL-CIO maps that have been submitted. I should have said in the beginning, I'm a longtime auto worker, member of the UAW, retired after 44 years. I'm now in the faculty at University of Michigan, a member of AFT of Michigan, and a lecturer employee organization. In the Senate, I think that Washtenaw County needs to be unpacked. Western Washtenaw should be with Jackson County. The bulk of Ann Arbor could go into Northeast Washtenaw County in one district, with Northeast Washtenaw County in one district. And then Ypsilanti and Belleville could be with Monroe. So to achieve partisan fairness statewide, which I think is, to me, the single highest priority, to hold our elected officials accountable, that they have to be in competitive districts or competitive statewide, we need to unpack these districts. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Art Reyes.
Good morning. My name is Art Reyes. I'm a lifelong resident of Genesee County and born and bred Michigander. The reason for my call today, and every time I get the opportunity to speak, I thank you for the work that you're doing and that will continue today. I know that this is extremely difficult work, taking into consideration the full geography of Michigan, the diversity of our citizenry and the voters. But what I want to talk to you about today is I'm going to ask you to please not divide the city of Flint in the state house districts. The city of Flint has had so much happen to them. They've been disenfranchised by the Emergency Manager Act, gone through the water crisis, which has greatly diminished any confidence in our government. And it's important that the city of Flint and its residents realize that they have a voice, a dedicated full-time voice in the legislature that can speak for them. Flint is the county seat for Genesee County. It is absolutely vital and important for economic development, for cultural development. The cultural center in the city of Flint is a gem of Michigan. And for their voices to be diluted, I believe is an injustice, a continued injustice, considering what they've had to go through for the last several years. I'm a resident of Grand Blanc Township, but I work in the city of Flint for General Motors, and I spend a great deal of time representing residents in the city of Flint. And I want to see that our votes towards a more fair representative government work to that goal. So please do not divide the city of Flint. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, we will move on to Mark Payne.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Mark Payne, and I would like to first thank you all for your work and careful consideration of Detroit and the metro area. Detroit is the largest city in Michigan in terms of population. I'm a resident of the Dexter-Linwood neighborhood in Detroit. I have seen submissions to your portal that have drawn up to 6 state Senate Voting Rights Act districts. I urge you to take a look at the portal and reflect on these submissions. I also encourage you to consider complete results from primaries that include the state house, state senate, and gubernatorial races, in addition to general election results that have been considered thus far as you decide where a coalition district can be constructed. I also ask that you consider shared experiences as you draw the VRA districts and as you draw Detroit and Detroit metro area state house districts. In-depth voting patterns are also needed and should be applied. VRA districts must establish the opportunity to elect the candidate of choice regardless of political party. This requires careful consideration of primary results for state house, state senate, congressional, and other voter participation, especially in Detroit and surrounding metro areas. And lastly, considering freeways and main roads as natural borders when possible makes it easier for citizens to organize themselves. A great example of this is the border of the western side of District 2, that's border on Livernois. I also understand that precinct boundaries may prevent this in some instances. This allows districts not only to be contiguous, but easier to describe and organize on the block levels. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, we're going to pause our remote public commentary because we do have one more person who has arrived in person. So ma'am, you can please approach the microphone and speak. Yes, you.
Good morning. This way, can you hear me? Okay, my name is Henrietta Ivy, and I'm a lifelong resident of Detroit, Michigan. And I was hoping that when redistricting the map that you would consider the lower class citizens of Detroit, east side, west side, areas that have been gentrified, school closings, areas that's hit hard by these disadvantages. And so when you're talking about remapping the city of Detroit, are we inclusive to these voters of these areas to make sure that they're also included in getting representation when redistricting is mapping? When you start talking about House District, we're talking about Senate and all these people who's going to be represented in the city of Detroit, please make sure you're considering these voters as well. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, we will go to Wendy Sellers. You're good. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm Wendy Sellers, and I'm a lifelong Michigander, and I currently live in Northwest Grand Rapids. I first of all want to thank you so much for your extensive work on redistricting. I'm so grateful for the inclusive approach that I see you taking, and I know you're well aware of the importance of creating unbiased maps that ensure fair voting that will reflect the will of the voters of Michigan. So thank you. I have 3 short comments. 1, thank you for unpacking the Grand Rapids voters in for a fair state House district that reflects the Grand Rapids area. Secondly, unfortunately, the Senate maps were not done as well. I'm asking you to take another look at the Senate maps with partisan fairness in mind. And third, please make sure you work to ensure that Kent County has the ability to be represented fairly in the Senate. Thank you so much for your work and for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Molly Sweeney.
Good morning, commissioners. And again, like everyone has said, thank you so much for all of your hard work as Michigan citizens to do this incredibly important task on behalf of our state. And I am a resident of Northwest Detroit, and I'm here to encourage the commission to make sure these new maps are drawn with partisan fairness. As a Detroit resident who is majority represented by Democrats in the state, I have become more increasingly concerned with the gerrymandering of our districts, especially as a person who deeply cares about education. An example of how when our maps are not drawn fairly, it shows up in our daily lives is after speaking this week to a Democratic representative on our education committee, he told me that the Democrats in Michigan in the education committee have only been able to get 5 bills through that commission in the last 5 years. That means residents of majority Democratic represented places have only been able to have our interests represented 5 times through that committee because of the partisan unfairness. So when we're thinking about our children, when we're thinking about politics in the state, I encourage you to continue to think about all of our interests, especially our young people, and make sure that these maps are drawn with partisan fairness. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12 is Rich Thrush.
That participant is not currently present.
Okay, thank you. Cindy.
Good morning. Thank you so much for your time. And I wanted to thank the entire committee as well for all of the amazing work that you guys have already put into this process. It's an amazing process that we have been following very closely and have been trying to get our community involved because it's we're paving the way for future generations. So I wanted to thank you for that. My name is Cindy Gamboa. I live in Southwest Detroit. And I wanted to thank you guys for keeping our community of interest together. The community of interest that I'm talking about includes Southwest Detroit, 48217 zip code is included in that map, and the downriver communities. Our community consists of multi-generation immigrants, Latinx people, low-income folks dealing with a variety of environmental, health, and social conditions. We have shared cultures, shared values, and so much more. And splitting our community, we know would have diluted our voices in so many different ways. So I wanted to thank you. In addition to thanking you for keeping our community of interest intact, I wanted to express the need for partisan fairness in our maps so that we have fair representation for for everyone across the state of Michigan. So the issues that really matter to us are brought up and are given the attention that it deserves. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Nikki?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Nikki Becerra. I am a resident of Southwest Detroit, and I've been a resident here for the last 23 years. I wanted to first and foremost, again, to reiterate Molly and Cindy, thank you so much for all of your work. We've been closely following you, and we greatly appreciate the drafted map, keeping our communities of interest together. I also wanted to come here and again reiterate the importance of partisan fairness. I really want to make sure that statewide we are represented as a state. I agree with the purple comment. It's not blue or red, it is purple. And so I think it needs to be fair. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Dorothy Munson?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Dorothy, you're unmuted and free to address the commission.
Hello?
We can hear you, but it's a little faint. So could you speak up a bit?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you. I'm Dorothy Munson. I'm representing Proactive here, and I've lived in Kent County my entire life. We'd like to thank you for your commitment and your efforts to make this a fair, professional, and just process. Our commitments are to improve the state Senate map and to address balance in our community. Cascade Township needs to be part of the North District, and we've talked about Cascade Township being important because of the airport, and it really is an integral part of the Metro Grand Rapids area. East Grand Rapids also needs to move to the North District. These areas have a commonality of communities of interest, and they are similar in economic composition. They are both affluent, middle-class areas. To balance this, we could move the 4 townships that are in the eastern part of Ottawa County, could be kept in Ottawa County District, and that would really does relate to the lake shore, which is an area that is unique to itself. To balance these moves, we'd need to have the South District would need to expand to further south and or west into the Grand Rapids metro area to make up the population change in the north. You've really done a wonderful job so far, and I'm impressed with the professionalism and efforts you've put forth. Thank you for doing such a huge effort.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Oscar?
Good morning. My name is Oscar Pestañeda. First, I want to thank the commission because on last Friday, I was here asking you to have the shape files of the draft districts posted in the website. And in the same Friday, they were posted. It might be a coincidence, or it was because many of us were asking the shape file to be released, but we really appreciate the exercise of trying to achieve openness all the time. So with this sense of trust that's growing on me, because we feel like we are being listened, I'm coming here to echo the comments that other people made already, that now we really need to try for partisan equality in the districts and make sure that there's fairness, partisan fairness in the system. A lot has been said already. I don't want to repeat their words, but just state that we need partisan fairness in the districts. thank you very much for listening to our comments and looking forward to see this exercise in the final districts. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mike Hewitt.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Mike Hewitt. I was born in Pontiac, Michigan, and as a single father, moved my 4 daughters to Ottawa County in 1998. I did so because of the united atmosphere that Ottawa County provided for my daughters. All 4 of them later graduated from the Grand Haven High School. The things that concern me about the maps that we're seeing, at least in Western Michigan, first off, and not disrespect intended, but I don't see anybody from this commission that's from West Michigan. And I think that's not afforded this commission with a solid view of what goes on. And I'll use as an example, the Latin American United for Progress organization, often referred to as LAUP. They don't do their annual gathering separate. They do it with the Dutch folks in Holland, Michigan. It's a united front. So you've got Tulip Time and you got the LAUP Festival going on. That's Ottawa County. And that's the reason I moved from Pontiac to Ottawa County in 1998. And by the way, it's agri based, not manufactured based. So when I look at the population shift that's taken place, it causes a greater congressional representation to be needed. So we go from 3 to 6, and somehow magic math has allowed that increase to cause the primary between 2 popular legislatures. And you go, how in the heck did you make that stretch? The other thing is specifically to the point that I'm trying to make with the united community, Ottawa doesn't need to be broken up into 3 parts. And Holland has absolutely nothing culturally to do with Kalamazoo. Nothing against Kalamazoo. They're just very different communities. Ottawa is a whole. And to try to break it up and cause, listen, that doesn't serve anybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Cynthia Davis.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. My name is Cynthia Davis. I'm a resident of Hudsonville in Ottawa County. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. That's a wonderful democratic process. With deep concern, I am asking that you reconsider dividing Ottawa County into 3 congressional districts. The approach of the Commission to design district maps has been a new definition of communities of interest. However, Ottawa County has been historically an agricultural community of interest. As the fastest growing county in Michigan, with the fastest growing township in Michigan, demographics for communities of interest in Ottawa County are changing rapidly. I think it is important to remember that no community of interest exists as an island. Every community of interest is inextricably tied to another community of interest. For example, the agricultural community can be tied to the tourism community in the sense that orchards often have festivities for tourists. The agricultural community is tied to the trucking industry, a part of business community of interest. The list could go on. When there is a disruption in the supply chain, all communities of interest feel the pain. Communities of interest are a tangled web, and as we have seen during the pandemic, when one community of interest is affected, all of the communities of interest are affected. We need to keep intact the diverse communities of interest in Ottawa County to ensure that citizens are represented equally. When redistricting is focused on one community of interest, it constitutes forming a voting bloc rather than a melting bloc, which is the cornerstone of democracy. The melting pot has a shared vision for the future of Ottawa County. That shared vision has made Ottawa County a wonderful place to live, work, and raise a family. Other counties have been kept intact. Please, please keep Ottawa County whole and therefore united and working effectively. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We are now on to Dennis.
Good morning. Can you hear?
Yes, it's a little quiet, so if you could speak a little louder, that would be helpful.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. What?
You can only hear for that minute.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yes. I didn't know.
Hello, can you hear me?
Dennis, we can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
You can. Okay. Thank you. My line didn't unmute. Good morning. My name is Dennis Quell. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Midland. First of all, thank each of you for your service as commissioners, as well as the opportunity as a private citizen to provide public comment and input. I hope that you're aware that map number 146 is gone on your website, as well as any comments. I do not understand where map 146 went on your website, as well as my comments and the many other like positive comments. The map is now number 179. I would like to know who changed the map number, as well as what happened to my documented comments, which is a matter of public record. I'm concerned that my comments, as well as others, may not have been listened to and or documented. To be very honest, how can the commissioners expect their citizens to have any trust in this format if we're not being made aware of these changes? I did not see any documentation on this page that informs me that these changes have been made, as well as any reasoning to that. To everyone that I have spoken to in this process, it has been confusing and not easy to navigate. This shouldn't be the case. You do have our email addresses that are required to post a comment. There should be a way that we should be notified that maps have been changed and that we may be have to make new comments. I did not make a copy of my comments on 146, so I had to write up new ones for map 147. There should be some IT software that could reload comments back into the portal, into corresponding maps. The next question is, I may be the only person that is aware of this new map. As the like positive responses, I did not see any other comments as of late last night. I still believe that this map is the best representation. I'm speaking of map 146, which is now 179. I believe that this map is still the best representation for the city of Midland and Midland County. In all due respect.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Elizabeth Scott.
Unmute. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Scott, and I'm a fifth-generation voter from Midland. I would like the commission to explain why the web portal with all the map contents has changed again. This time, the congressional map 146 that I and many others said we liked is no longer even there. It has been renumbered to map 179 without our consent, without informing us of the change that took place or why it took place. And then on top of all that, all of our comments and favorable likes have disappeared, which, you know, was completely unethical. That map 146 was renumbered and all of our comments were deleted. So once again, I ask you to respect my voice and the voices of those who have made their voices heard. The city of Midland and the counties of Midland, Clare, Gladwin, and Isabella are in a deep watershed area. We have flooding problems that, due to our landmass, will never go away. Last year alone, we had a catastrophic flood where over 800 residential homes were either affected or destroyed. Businesses were ruined and will never come back. The overpass was completely destroyed by the force of the flood. We have to remain whole for flood declaration and flood management. Therefore, map 179 is the best congressional map for Midland County. Map 171 is the best map for State House to keep Midland whole and connect us to these other counties. Maps 170, 165, 164, 180 are completely unacceptable because it cuts us apart and it keeps us from helping each other with this very important problem. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Dirk Mayhew.
Dirk, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It appears Dirk may be experiencing some technical difficulties, so we can move on to our next participant and return to him.
All right, at this point, we will move to Nicholas.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hello, thank you. I'm here to talk about why Ottawa County should be kept as a whole. Having only lived in Ottawa County for a little over a year now, I've been able to experience firsthand what an amazing community it holds. With the county being the highest populated growth city in the state in the 2020 census, its importance is being seen statewide. Ottawa County holds the name as one of the most agriculturally diverse counties in the United States. Whether it's blueberries, celery, or many other plants, its importance to agriculture is visible nationwide. Ottawa County is also home to two of the most visited parks in the state. Whether you are going to have a picnic with your friends or family at the Grand Haven State Park or take a walk through the Holland State Park, both of these beautiful locations are what make Ottawa County unique. As a college student attending Grand Valley State University located in Ottawa County, mental health is talked about very frequently. With the rise of mental illness due to COVID-19, especially with college students, there are many ways to seek assistance within the county to help you and others around you. With its services located in Grand Haven, Holland, and Hudsonville, many students and adults likewise are able to seek advice and comfort from its facilities. Keeping Ottawa County as one district would continue its positive growth economically, agriculturally, and socially. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Jason?
That participant is not currently present.
Okay, and do we have Sam? He is on the list twice, but he wasn't there the first time around. No, okay. All right, at this point, we have concluded our first round of public comments. So we will move on to the second round of public comments. Hold on 1 second. So now that the first opportunity for in-person and remote public comment has concluded, without objection, we will hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the microphone when I call your name. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when the 2-minute timer has ended. First in line is Anthony Scannell.
Check. Hello, commission. Thank you for the second opportunity. You know, I know you've been working hard on these maps, especially the state legislative ones, because there's quite a few more districts than the 13 congressional, but hate to be honest, I think they're garbage and I think they need to be started over, at least in the Detroit area, which is pretty much where I've been paying attention to. And I could, give you all my reasons for that, but even just the most simple one, you split like Redford or Livonia or whatever, 3-4 ways. It's just ridiculous on its face. But all right, so I think you totally need to start over with the state legislative. And then my thoughts, generally there was a gentleman earlier who said keep Hamtramck separate from Detroit. Well, obviously you can't do that in any of the districts. It doesn't have population, and then keep Dearborn separate from Detroit. I totally disagree with that. They have an enormous border. Their border crosses the same road several times over. I don't think you should keep Dearborn, Detroit separate from each other, or Hamtramck and Detroit separate from each other in any map whatsoever. And then to the individual earlier, she was worried about downtown getting its own representative. At least for Congress, I drew a map in my eyes that seems to resolve that. I split downtown two ways, pretty much right around Woodward. And, to me, that would seem to accommodate the other lady's idea, who was keep it with the little suburbs, the cities that surround Detroit. And then the steelworker who said, please don't mix downriver and southwest places with like east side, above 8 Mile, that kind of thing. I drew a congressional map that would split the city of Detroit three ways and give 35% minority representation in each one, and east, northwest, southwest. I think it's a good thing, but you guys have been talking about congressional for quite a few days, so I'll probably make those comments again. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We'll use the same process as the first round. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant. Please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Hello, it's James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. And I'd like to continue our discussion about the rules of procedure and the fairness. People keep talking about political fairness. I'm talking about fairness. And I'm going to be the self-described fairest person involved in this entire process, because there's a couple rules. Just do that. Okay, just do that. And you folks fought and been wasting time the whole time about how not wanting to vote, not wanting to do this, do everything, change the rules and stuff. But I think the due diligence for you amending these rules of procedure, what you're going through right now, it would be to hire a registered parliamentarian to review it. And one thing missing from the recommendations are the actual passages in Robert's Rules of Order, so you have an informed consent. Do you really want to change that from what it is now? Because you don't even know what it is right now. And I believe this comes down to this part in your Rules of Procedure where it says any other rules approved by this commission. The rules in these written rules, but any other rules. So your Rules of Procedure link on your website directs you to the mapping process of procedures. You're calling procedures rules. You're saying the procedures have rules. And Commissioner Witches and Hammersmith both said the rules of the procedure. You see, this is how they're changing the words. They're just trying to change the words. And this motion to discuss, this is just a rose is a rose, by any other name. This is straw polling. The bullies want to straw poll and manipulate the people's emotions and everything and get them to change their words and stress them out and then have them surrender and then make the motion after they've negotiated the motion. This is abuse. I believe Commissioner Kellum is being abused. She is a self-identified trauma survivor. I don't know what anybody else, you understand what that means, but I, as a person who has looked into that, and I do not have an ACE score of 0, that's serious. And I believe that's why she's not participating. And I don't think she can take it. I don't think she can take the stress of this, what you're doing to her by not following the rules. So please.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting. And the commissioners also review public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. At this point, we are going to move on to our unfinished business agenda item 5A, which is continuing the process of reconciling the draft state house districts. I believe yesterday we had left off with Commissioner Clark and we were about to proceed to Commissioner Eid. However, we do now have Commissioner Curry here. So we will start with Commissioner Curry this morning. So Commissioner Curry, you will direct the map drawers, and Kent and John, which one of you is, John is going to be taking the pen today and helping you with that. So please direct John with respect to drawing the map. And John, if we can just open up the map that where we were at yesterday, that would be wonderful.
All right. Yeah, I have the map that was worked on yesterday. I got a fresh copy of that. And let me just share my screen. Okay, the last district number numerically was 93, and it looks like it was here on the north side of Lansing.
Juanita, would you like a little orientation, or how are you feeling this morning?
Yeah, give me a, where you guys left off at.
A brief summary of what we did yesterday.
Do you have your microphone on? Because I could barely hear you.
Yes, it's on.
So maybe John, you could sort of, I think we've got red and blue lines, or the Secretary of State has a thought.
Yes, hi, commissioners. So any commissioner using a microphone, I recommend that you try to stay at least like 8 to 12 inches away from it. When you get too close, it comes across the live stream kind of garbled. So just try to allow yourself some space between you and the microphone. Thank you.
Thanks for pointing it out, Sarah. It's hard because it doesn't feel like we actually hear each other in the room. So it feels like there's a disproportionate, yeah.
Try to be 8 inches or more between you and the microphone. Otherwise, it comes across really garbled with the live stream. It's hard to understand. So leave like at least 8 inches, 12 inches between you and the microphone.
Thank you. Okay. So Juanita, one of the things, and John will help us, but I think you see those red lines around Ionia on the screen.
Okay.
The red lines and the blue lines both indicate districts that we have drawn in the past.
Okay.
And so what we're doing, I suppose, the process we're going through right now, and when John said that we finished 93, right, you can see that as we drew that together, we did go over the blue lines, right? So it's, but when we drew 90, 91, and 92, we stayed relatively within the lines.
Okay.
So I guess the orientation I want to offer is, draw the next district 94. I would suggest you stay in the same area, and you can use the blue or the red as guidelines, but they're not right. They're not the only shape that you can draw.
Okay.
Does that help?
Somewhat.
In fact, let me turn the lines off for a moment so you can see without any lines. You can just see the territory that's unassigned. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, now I can see everything. Okay, so we're really doing the Clinton area.
That's right. So the last district, it looks like it's all of Clinton County, and then 2 townships and a village here in Eaton County.
Okay.
So again, there's a portion of Eaton County is available, Barry, Ionia in this area, or you could look at a totally different area if you want.
Okay, I want to kind of stick to where you guys close to where you guys left off at, but I'm not familiar with Eaton or Ionia County that much. So anybody that is familiar can, you are?
Fortunately, we have Commissioner Wagner with us today.
Oh, great. Okay.
Who is from the area.
Kind of help guide me on this. Commissioner Wagner, can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Curry, I can. It looks like you want to start with that lower half there where he is with Mason.
Okay.
So that we don't landlock ourselves.
Okay, that'll be good.
And then head west.
Okay.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just, I clicked on an area. So we're talking here about
Mason.
Mason.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and
And
Vive. So,
Vive.
and then
Those seem like
Aurelius and,
strange names to me. I don't recall them that well. But anyhow, we need at least, our population is what, 90, 91?
yeah, so
Thousand.
these will just be just the beginning. There's plenty more population you'll need.
Okay. Well, we'll start with Mason since it has at least 8,000 in it. Let's go to Vive. Aurelius. And that's Eden Rapids. We put that with that. What's my population, John?
Sure. So just with that, it's 25,000. And then there's, we're right up to the area around Charlotte.
Okay. All right. Okay. Give me Eaton. I think I need to go up. Windsor.
Okay, it looks like Windsor is split. So give me a moment
It
to
is
shift
split,
to
isn't it?
voting precincts. Okay, so that was the balance of the township.
Okay. That's
Uh-oh.
67,000.
Hang on here.
Let's do Pottersville and Benton.
All right. Now you're about 40,000, 42,000. So you're about almost halfway there.
Okay. I guess we'll keep going and keep it relatively rectangular. Let's do Charlotte. Are you still with me, Commissioner Wagner? How do it
Yes,
look?
I am, Commissioner Curry. You're doing fine.
Okay, let's do Charlotte and Carmel
Okay.
and Chester. Probably Colimo, or is that Colipo? Colimo. Okay, do Colimo.
And also I took Vermontville in. I think you wanted to do that,
Okay,
but you
yes,
didn't say.
please. Thank
Okay.
you, John.
And then it looks like there's a little bit of the township down here that's been split. So let's look at that and see. I could be wrong. No, it's not split. This is just the software has a little
Yeah, it looks
area
like
there.
software.
Okay. So this
So
is
I'm lacking
Bellevue.
how many? 31,000?
Yeah, 31,000.
Okay,
So
let's do Bellevue.
Bellevue.
This is-
And then there's a couple of townships to the north.
Okay, let's go there.
I'm just going to zoom out so you can see that.
Okay, yes, let's go there, John.
Okay, so at this point,
We're lacking 20.
you're 26,000 off, and then let's just put the counties on so you can see where you are, and then take a moment and see where you want to go from here.
Mhm.
So you have Barry, which is here, and Ione, which is here, or if you wanted to adjust from some of the other districts, you could do that as well.
Let's go across. Let's do Berry.
Okay, so I'll put on the townships.
Mhm.
So the total county population was 60-some thousand. So you won't get all of the county. You would get a portion of it. So on the border, let me zoom back out just a little.
Can't hardly
So you
hear you,
have
John.
you have Woodland, Castleton, Maple Grove, and Assyria. Those are all on the border.
Okay, let's do those.
Okay.
Commissioner Wagner, you still with me?
I am. You're doing fine. Berry and Eaton County share a health department. So
Okay.
you're still fine.
Okay. What's it looking like now, John?
So
population.
now you need 17,000. And then again, you could look at going north or you could continue going west.
I want to continue going west.
Okay.
Let's do Hastings and Baltimore and Carlton.
Okay. And I think there'll be one township south that I didn't get in this.
Okay. Let me get,
Johnstown.
let me get Johnston.
All right.
That looks pretty good.
All right. And that'll put you pretty close to ideal population.
Okay. Well, I'll leave it there right now.
Okay. That's about 300, 259.
Okay.
And then let's, I'm going to zoom in on the district so you can see what you've got.
It looks pretty rectangular, nothing else. And I believe they're contiguous because they're all kind of next to each other, and the population, Sarah, seems pretty good.
All right, Sarah, you're all set? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner Curry. At this point, we will move on to Commissioner Lang.
Okay.
Okay, John, I'm going to have you go north. Keep going. I'm going to go up to the Mecosta County area.
Okay. Okay. Mecosta is 40,000.
Yes, I'm going to have you grab Mecosta, Osceola, and what's left of Clare.
All right. I have to shift to the townships, so hang on a second. Okay, so the balance of Claire.
Yes.
Okay, and then, okay, yeah, that's the county line. Okay, great.
And then the 4 townships to the east of Lake County. So the 4 that are butting up to Osceola County.
Okay. Okay, so that's 139 over within almost 0.15 deviation.
That works.
Okay.
It does. Thanks, Commissioner Lang. We're moving on to, and anything from this Department of State? You have a thumbs up. Well done. We're gonna come back to Commissioner Lett, who would normally be next, but we'll move to Cynthia, to Commissioner Orton at the moment, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Lett after Commissioner Orton.
Okay, John, I think I don't want us to get boxed in. So the southernmost unassigned area. So,
Okay, so you have 2 townships of Van Buren, a lot of Allegan and half of Berry, and then the south side of Kent.
okay, so if you would just fill in all the townships that are unassigned in Van Buren, Allegan, and Berry
Okay.
for population. this is completely off topic, but I think that green is Fred's favorite color.
Okay, so you need 33,000, oh, sorry, you're 33,000 over with
Okay.
all of that. So I
That's
can undo
surprising.
all of that and then just take portions of it?
I would like, are you able to select and see the population?
I can zoom in and see.
Okay, yeah, zoom into the townships. I'm wondering about those townships in Berry County.
Yeah. So 13, 19, 23, 26, 30, 33, 34. It's pretty close to what you want if you took all of that out.
Okay, take all that out, please.
Okay. Okay, so that's down by 2,700 at that point. And this is the county line. I don't know if you want to reorient north-south or keep it like that.
Zoom out a little bit so I can see the area.
Sorry, one second. There.
I'm inclined to leave it like this unless somebody has a different opinion.
Okay.
I don't see any other opinions, so I'm good with that. Does Secretary of State have any questions?
Yes, hi, Commissioner Orton. Could you describe what communities of interest you considered when drawing this area?
Can you zoom in a little bit on so I can see the township names, John?
Sorry, did you mean zoom in or zoom out?
Zoom in so I can
Okay.
see the township names.
Roger.
So I just feel like, well, I was doing it for population. That's why I included those lower townships that are in a different county. But I feel like the remainder of Allegan,
It's Allegan. Yeah, Allegan is Van Buren, two townships.
Van
in
Buren County. I used to live there. I should know that. I feel like the rural areas in that county are a community of interest.
Thank you, Commissioner Orton. Commissioner Lett, we are back to you.
'94 and '96.
Okay. So this is the area of Berry County that's approximately 35,000 people, or 32 maybe.
Let's zoom out just a little bit.
Sorry, so that's just under, whoops, I did too much. 1 second. I was on the county layer. All right.
The 8 townships directly north.
The lower tier,
Unassigned.
the lower tier of Kent here.
Steve, can you make sure your mic is on, please, when you're talking?
Sorry, you said 8, 4 townships?
8, all the way across.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
All right. So that's over by quite a bit. That's over by 29,000. There's a lot of population in this
Right.
area.
Okay. Unassigned, the eastern 5. Well, your matrix down. I want to see what's 87. How much is in 87?
So 87 is down 3,200, and at the moment you're over by 15,000.
Zoom out just a little bit. What? Pull your matrix down. I want to see 80. So we've got about 65,000. That's 3. Wait, zoom out a little bit. Okay, unassigned, the eastern, I think it's 4 townships in 97.
So that's within 2%, 1,300 people over.
Zoom out. Okay. I'll leave it there.
Department of State, any questions?
Hi, Commissioner Lett. Could you describe what communities of interest you considered while drawing this? Sorry.
Can you describe what communities of interest you considered while drawing this district?
The information we've received from MG Cubed, as well as the comments from the public hearings and the townships that comprise the district.
Thank you. All right, at this point, we will move on to Commissioner Rothorn.
Thanks. John, we're going to continue where Commissioner left off, so that the next sort of L-shaped district, and I guess with 98, starting at the bottom of that, yeah, I guess that's Berry County, or maybe it's Ionia, I can't remember, but yep.
It's Barry. Yeah, that's Barry.
It's
So
Berry
you
County.
want 4
Okay.
townships in Barry?
Correct. And then we'll,
let me put the county names on here.
thank you. And this is a rural area in Barry. So I'm tempted to go to Ionia, into the Ionia area. And we want to make it contiguous. So we'll just sort of take yeah. Oh, and you know what? Yes. If John, would you put on the lines so we could, gosh, I don't know if that's going to help us here, but yes, it would be nice to have the shape files, please.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So, yep. So let's fill in that blue space with Ionia. Yes, please.
Okay, so all of Ionia County as a starting point, and then
Yes.
the township here at least?
Yes, please.
So you're short about 10,000. So Brown and Lowell would be close. Sorry. Yeah, 10,000.
Yes, and one of the things I remember was public comment in Grand Rapids where Lowell was not associated, did not want to be associated with the Grand Rapids area, and I think that meant a more rural area. So I'm pleased with this. Yeah, let's see if we can add the city or the village, I guess, of Lowell, please, and just go a little bit over, and we'll call it good. If we're not too far over. Okay, we're not too far over. And we're significantly under in a couple districts, so it's not too far off. And we've got the shape that we drew before relatively preserved. Yeah, I'm gonna call that a district. I'll call it 98. Commissioner Lang.
I'm just curious, can we scroll into Lowell? Because it looked like there was one little speck that might be associated that wasn't taken in with it.
Yeah, along the river there, huh?
Nope, I guess it was. My eyes were bad. It looks like it was counted. Okay.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Lang. Back to you, Chair Tatella.
Department of State, any questions?
Hi, Commissioner Rothhorn. Could you describe what communities of interest you considered when drawing this?
The community, I suppose, is the rural community of that is within Ionia and Barry, and then recognizing that village of Lowell had given us public comment to, I think, remain in a rural area rather than a suburban or a urban area.
All right. I'm not loving these two fingers we have coming down for 97 and 98. And can you put on the populations for the townships for me? Because I specifically want to look at that pink township just below 97, because I'm just wondering if we can sort of readjust things. So that's 7,000 in Wayland. It's 11,000. Can you go down to the bottom of that district, those two lower districts? Yep. What are those townships? The two blue ones. So a little lost. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to put those two currently blue, Prairieville, Orangeville into 96. And then go back up to that township right there and put that into 97 along with the little town below it. I think it's Wayville or something like that. Wayland. So 97 is 6,000 over and 96 is under. So what is that last little township? Yankee Springs. So let's move that from 97 to 96. So then we have kind of a more compact. With the higher populations closer up. All right, I think that's a little better. And then what do we think about 94 versus 98? Would it make more sense? And Aaron, please weigh in on this to include, move those southern 3 townships into 94 and then take the top off of 98 or not, move the southern portions of 98, right, into 94 and then take the top off of 94. And then we don't have this odd little line coming down.
She's nodding her head.
She's nodding her head. Okay, so why don't we try that and see?
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll put all of these into 94 first,
Yeah.
and then we'll take out. So that'll overpopulate it probably by about 15,000.
Can we look at those townships on the top to see what the population is? So go ahead and add those to 98.
Before you do that,
Mhm.
take a look at the west, the east side of 94. Because you've got those that might fit in to Oklamas 90 and 91. Those are, that's the Lansing area. Much more metropolis than Hastings and Potterville.
So what are you suggesting? I'm not sure I'm following you.
These 2 eastern townships, consider putting them into 90 and 91.
So in 90. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try that. So take the district right below 91, that brown one, Aurelius, and put it into 91. And then we're going to do the same thing with Mason and Vevey. Aaron, what do you think about that?
Honestly, I would only include the city of Mason. Everything else is pretty rural.
Okay, let's only do Mason into 90. You'll have to see what we can do.
I'm just going to save real quick here.
Okay. That's always a good choice with our program.
Yeah, especially when things start running a little slower.
Mhm.
Sometimes that's just the connectivity issues. Okay, so we're talking about Mason into 90.
Yep. And then Aurelius into 91.
What about Vive?
Just leave that for now, but put Aurelius into 91. And then what do we have what's the population for 59 or 72, either one? So 72 is high, 59 is a little low. So let's go ahead and put that Vevey into 59. Okay. And now where are we at for 94? Are we still over on 94? So 94 is good. 59 is good. 91 and 90 are good, I think. No? 90 is
90's not good, yeah.
90 is way over. Okay. So can you zoom in a little bit along the border between 93 and 59? So 59. So 90 is. Any thoughts, anybody? So can you zoom into 90 a little closer? Yeah, I just don't see how to make that work being in there like that. Go ahead, Mr. Morgan. You look like you have a suggestion.
I would say if you put Mason into 59, you could take something off of the top
Yeah, that's
potentially.
what I'm thinking we have to do. So put Mason back to 59.
So at this point, I'm just, yeah, like because 59 stretches all the way to the Flint, the Flint suburbs and Mason, it's just that. Yeah, I'm tempted to leave 94, keep Aurelius in the way it was.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like it's too much of a stretch.
All right, so let's kind of go back and reverse what we did with Mason. So I can walk you through it so go back down below Lansing. So we're going to put Mason and Aurelius and Vevey back into 94. Okay. So now 94 is over by 14,000. Yep. So let's go back to 98, 94. So those top 4 townships, put them into 98.
Okay, you want to start with the
Irving,
first 3?
Carlton, Woodlands, and Sunfield. All right, so 94 is better. Yeah, so let's, can you zoom out a bit? I think I'm gonna grab Rutland and put it up there, but I just wanna look better. Yeah, let's put Rutland up into 98. All right, and then let's go up to the top of 98 because we might need to take something off there. Okay. Can you zoom in a little bit to the top of 98? All right. Nope, more to the top so I can just see the top townships up there. Should I just leave it or should I take some out? I'm kind of inclined to just leave it.
Yeah.
I mean,
And I see Rhonda's shaking her head too to leave it,
yeah,
correct?
I'm inclined to leave it.
Yeah, let's leave it.
All right. Okay. All All right, and then can you zoom back out a little farther so we can sort of see the three that I adjusted? All right, yeah, I think that's a little bit more compact districts. And then for 97, you're putting those more suburban areas together rather than having them broken across districts, which is what I was trying to do. And then getting rid of those two kind of pipes that were heading down, which I thought were kind of odd, and putting the northeast part very far away from the southwest. So, all right. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, we made a lot of little changes here. Question, is Mason, was it originally in 94? And we just happened.
Yeah, it was
to put
originally
back?
in
Okay.
94.
Yeah, as Commissioner Curry drew that, it was in 94.
Yeah, we were just trying to kind of rebalance 94 to make it a little better. Okay, so
Okay, thanks.
I think that's my turn. So I will let it go on to Commissioner Villette.
Okay, I'm going to take that area between 87 and 98. And then the blue square above that.
Okay.
Oh, well, you're going to, he'll change it. See, he's nice.
I think the software was designed by Kermit the Frog. I chose poorly.
What? Oh, your mic is on.
I'm just getting the blocks that were missed here. Okay, so this is 9,300 over at the moment.
Richard, Commissioner Weiss, I think, see your hand up over there.
Yes, I'm on here. Okay. Yeah, that was a good thought, but I was just looking, if you go down, John, to the bottom of that district, right there, that bottom block, if you put that into 87, I think that'll balance 87 out a little bit, and it may help also into 99.
Okay, let's do that.
So putting this township
Yes, sir.
Virgins into 87. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, that balances the numbers a little better, but that township that you just added to 87, to me, it doesn't fit with 87 because the other parts of 87 are really suburbs of Grand Rapids. Ada is down to the south. So I don't know how well that fits.
The specific, one of the public comments we got, Commissioner Clark, was that Lowell and that Lowell Township did not want to be part of it, but I think Virgin was okay with being sort of the suburban area of Grand Rapids. That's my memory of the public comment.
And then Commissioner Vlad, did you want to take Oakfield out, which would be about the right amount?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Oh, did you want to take Oakfield out, which would be about the right amount?
Yeah, let's take it out for now. It's gonna put me under.
Oh, Commissioner Lang?
Before the changes were made, I was going to suggest taking out Sparta. Sparta is kind of a rural area in that area, and that would have given you the 9,000 that you were over, put you close to perfect on that particular one.
If I do it. Commissioner Lang, you're saying that Oakfield would go better than Sparta in that area?
No, before the other changes were made, like the bottom one that was just put with the other one, had you removed Sparta, that would have put your numbers pretty much where they needed to be. And Sparta is kind of a rural area that would probably associate better with the additional areas that you have to draw, like the Cedar Springs, Greenville, going into that.
So John, when you get it, when you're able to, can you back out a little? So you're saying that area between 87 and 89 should go back in and we should take Sparta out?
That would have been my recommendation. But to be honest, that last district that you added, I don't know anything about that particular one.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this area. So John, can we do that?
So you want to undo adding Virgins? I thought you had added that to balance the population out. So undo that.
Yes. I think that area right between, in the red box between 87 and 98. Originally, I had added that. And then can I see the populations? Right, okay, and then if we take Sparta out,
Commissioner Lang? Oh, you didn't have a comment, Commissioner Lang?
No, I
Okay.
put my hand down, sorry.
okay, do I have any other comments on this? John, can I see the metric matrix for this area? Thank you. Okay, I'm good with this.
All right, Department of State, are you good?
Could you describe the communities of interest you considered in this area?
Microphone.
It's kind of like a suburban area, and it was a district that we had drawn before, but that bottom area was left, and I almost had to add it to this or another district. So.
All right, thank you very much. At this point,
Could we take a break?
yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, everybody. So without objection, it's currently
It's longer than 5 minutes.
10 minutes.
down there
Okay,
and
okay,
back.
okay. Okay, Commissioner Clark, and then,
Yeah, before we take a break, on 87 and 98, could we make one of them not green? And
I'll take care of that.
yeah, any color.
all right, without objection, we will recess for 10 minutes. It is currently 11:07 a.m. Let's plan on coming back at 11:20, so it'll be a 13-minute break. Thank you very much, everyone. Call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 11:24 a.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
It was there.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending remotely and disclose your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satala.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. We had wrapped up with Commissioner Villette, and during the break, Commissioner Villette indicated she wanted to revisit her map before we move on to Commissioner Wagner. So we're going to go back to Commissioner Villette for a few minutes so she can look at her map again, and then we will move on to Commissioner Wagner.
Okay, John, I wanted to look at 99.
Give me just a second, please.
What did he say? Of course.
Okay. But there's one in there.
Okay, I wanted to put that Sparta area back in.
Okay, into 99?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I wanted to put that one township that between 87 and 98 into 87.
Okay, so that's Virgins into
Yes.
87? Okay. Okay, and then 99 is over by a little bit, by quite a bit, 4,500.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, Commissioner. Janice, what's the rationale behind the change?
Well, I think that it's like more.
Your microphone.
Oh, Mike, sorry. I think that it's more compact this way, and then as we go north, it's not, it won't be as chopped up. And I don't know.
Yeah, I'm still concerned about the township that we put in 87 and its relevance of, well, whether it's relevant to be in with the townships that are around Grand Rapids area, but your call. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Wharton?
I think if you took Oakfield out, Oakfield Township, then the numbers would be okay. And then you can look at the whole thing. I'm wondering, are we seeing lines of the districts that we previously drew?
Yes, the blue lines are the districts that were previously drawn and the red lines are as well. Let me turn off the red line for a moment. All right, let me just adjust this a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, which one's? Yeah, so the blue outline is a previously drawn district. So you'd be looking at taking one township and putting it into the unassigned, and then this blue line plus the unassigned, you might have to make a slight adjustment. Oakfield, okay. Okay, so you're under 2% deviation.
All right, Commissioner Wagner.
I guess start with Oakfield. And let's grab everything left in that area above.
Okay, so you wanted Oakfield Township and then Montcalm or something else?
Yes, and probably those 4 townships above 99 as well.
Okay, so since we're selecting by county, let me try Montcalm and see if it's everything or. Yeah, okay, so that's what we expected. So that's 66,000.
And Commissioner Lang, if you would weigh in and let me know how this is going since you're up from that area.
Okay, so without Tyrone Township, which is 5,000 people, you're right on the population.
What do you think, Commissioner Lang, with Tyrone Township?
How many are in Tyrone Township?
Look like 5,000 something.
5,000. Oh, sorry, I just clicked it in. Hang on, we'll see. Yeah, that I think that was too much.
Would it go better with Grant above it?
It really has no choice but to go with the way they're drawn.
Right.
Yeah, it was too much for that district. But District 100 is right on the money on population.
Then I guess I would leave it there.
We have a couple hands in the room. So we have Commissioner Weiss and then Commissioner Clark.
All right, Aaron, just to make it kind of simple and balance out, you could take that township and put it into 99, which I think would make it, putting it where it has to go as far as population, whether it's a good fit, that I guess I can't say. I'm not familiar with the area.
Where's 99 in numbers, John?
Yeah, 99 is just to the south. So if you put this 5,000 in 99, it would be over by a little bit, but you might be able to adjust this 3,500 township into 100, and then they would both balance out, I think. So
let's go ahead. Yeah.
try that. Okay. Okay. So one moment.
Oops. John, did you accidentally take 2 down in 99?
No, I don't think so. I took the one down here
Okay.
that was
Okay.
3,800.
So now, now your 100 is over by 4,000 people and your 99 is under by 251.
And what is the township right above 99 next to Tyrone? The one to the, you're right.
Solon.
Solon was 6,496 people.
I guess let's take that out and that'll put us
You
roughly.
want to take it
about-
out of 100 and put it into 99?
Yes, please. No, not put it into 99.
Just take it out of
Oh,
100.
did you want to go back and just take Tyrone out?
I like those numbers better, but I don't know how well Tyrone goes with the Montcalm and everything. Originally, I would leave Tyrone and tie it into the ones to the north. So yes, let's switch it back. And I really looked for Montcalm for COIs, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't find any. I just know it's rural up there.
Commissioner Clark?
One suggestion may be to put a Tyrone back in and then take one of the northwestern townships in 100 out. That's somewhere around 3,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's take a look at those populations. So what, Tyrone was 6,000 people?
5,000.
5,000. And then, no, let's go a little further north. And there's, let's see what,
Pearson is 3,000.
yeah, you could take Reynolds out and Tyrone in, and it'd be a wash, or you could take Pearson out and Tyrone in, and you gain 2,000 people or lose 2,000 people.
I would just do the Tyrone for Reynolds.
That's just an alternative that you can think about. Aaron.
So Commissioner Wagner, just leave it as is?
Rhonda, what do you think? I am unfamiliar with Howard City.
Howard City is rural too. I would just leave it at this point. I think Tyrone could fit in with Grant just fine. Grant is a fairly rural area also.
Okay.
Then I am good. Thank you.
Great. Any questions? Department of State staff is saying they're good. Thank you very much, Commissioner Wagner. We will move on to, we actually have to move on to our questions. So let's stop mapping for now. And we're going to move on to, new business, which is 6A, which is approve the Fink Bresic interview questions. So everybody should have received those in their packet. And hold on, I'm just gonna. Who was going to present on the interview questions? The head of the committee, subcommittee that did this? Sue, who drafted? Julianne drafted them. So general counsel, without objections, I'd like for you to present the interview questions. No objections. Please proceed, general counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Before the commission are draft interview questions for local council. There are 6 proposed questions consistent with the past questions that have been promulgated. It's again tying the experience to service to the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. There is a question on objective nonpartisan advice, which is also consistent through all the interview questions. There's a specific question on working with litigation counsel. And again, in the past, I know for litigation counsel, the commission, I believe, had over 10 questions that were very specific on how to handle certain redistricting topics. For local council, again, the RFP was crafted to ensure that any of the candidates that came before the commission would have the relevant experience in Michigan election law, Michigan Freedom of Information Act, Michigan Open Meetings Act. And so that is why the questions are significantly fewer. But as in the past, I welcome any questions about the questions, and the commission in the past has modified them, added to them, divided them up. So I await any further direction from the commission. And I did bring printed copies. So again, similar to litigation counsel interview, that way the individuals coming before you would be able to have a written copy before them to assist everybody in the process. Thank you.
Are there any questions or modifications to the proposed questions we have? All right. General counsel, do we need to have a motion to adopt these questions or?
Madam Chair, in the past, that has been how the commission has operated. And again, if you'd like to, if the committee, I think generally in the past, the committee divided up the questions between the members to present, or however the commission wished to proceed at this time with this vendor.
Okay, if there are no proposed changes at this time, I would entertain a motion to adopt these local council interview questions draft dated September 27, 2021.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witchus, seconded by Commissioner Curry. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of adopting the MICRC local council interview questions draft dated September 27, 2021, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the draft questions are adopted. Okay, that was quick and easy. So let's go back to mapping. So we have 20 more minutes to do mapping. So let's continue with mapping. I was worried that was going to take longer, and sometimes things don't take long. So we will return to mapping with Commissioner Weiss. Do we need a timeout because we lost John?
Steve John or I think he closed it up, so I can't get in it. Oh, yeah. I'm not getting in.
Okay, so
I'm going to approve it.
Executive Director Hammersmith.
If you have a minute here, you might want to decide who's going to ask which questions. Typically, the committee members do that. So
Yep.
Steve is chair and
I was gonna
we've
say
got,
Steve was
Commissioner
chair.
Lett, Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Clark, and Commissioner Witches. We're all on the committee.
So Commissioner Lett, do you want to divvy up your questions?
Yeah, I've got one copy left because I gave one to
Doug, you want to take the next two?
I'll get yours. Rebecca, I think Julian said she had one.
Commissioner Clark, do you want to take questions 3 and 4?
Sure, he does.
Which one's 3 and 4?
Yep.
Okay, correct.
And what about 5 and 6?
Juanita.
Juanita? Okay.
Okay.
You okay with that, Juanita? You want to take question 5 and 6?
Okay. All right. Well, that was easy. All right. So here comes Miss.
I don't know who he assigned to 1 and 2, but. No, I don't.
All right. At this point, we will go back to mapping with Commissioner Weiss, and we have about 15 more minutes before our lunch break. So let's see what we can accomplish. Yes. What one? Who is doing them? Commissioner Lett. So Commissioner Lett is doing 1 and 2. Doug will do 3 and 4, and you're going to do 5 and 6.
Okay, I brought the map back up.
All right, John, do the blue square that we had previously drawn, which is Norwego and Lake
Okay.
townships or counties, please. Put the rest of those, yeah, put that all together,
Okay, so.
leaving off the 4 that are to the right there at the top in Lake.
Okay, there's a good chance that this one township
That's-
will probably balance.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yep. Okay, so probably what happened is this was not a complete district. It might have just been a partial district that was drawn at the time. Because it's 27,000 light.
Yes. All right, right to the left of 101, let's start taking some of them townships from the bottom. Yes, right there, and working our way up.
In Muskegon or in Oceana?
Well,
or
I'll take
both?
the bottom one right there. You have your cursor on those 2.
Okay.
And then we'll just work our way up till we get close to our totals.
So you want more of Muskegon? Whoops.
Actually, I'd rather keep to the
Okay.
right and keep the lake shore together, hopefully. So just take the next 2 or 3 up, take that one off that was just in there on the L.
Okay, let me just back out and
Sure.
and show you the populations.
Yes.
Okay, so I took back that one
Yes,
township,
so-
so you're 21,000, but let's just look at the counties for a moment. Okay, so you need 21,000. All of Oceana is 26. So if you were to take a portion of it, you take almost all of it. And then
Commissioner
you-
Lang.
Oh, thank you. I'm going crazy over here. I'm looking at Wexford County. I know how that goes somewhat with Lake County. And I actually did a sample draft map where it had all of Nuevo, that part of Lake in Wexford County, and it made one district. And that way it keeps the lakeshore whole. You would have enough to actually do an entire lakeshore district with Oceana, Mason, and Manistee County and part of Benzie. And that way you would get the whole lakeshore where this is an area where they had a lot of beach erosion, tourism, plus you have a lot of orchards within like the Mason County, Oceana County. So just a suggestion.
Let's
So
try that,
Try
John.
that. Okay, so just to sort of lay out the variables here. So all of Wexford would be too much with these 2 townships.
Just take those 2 off. I think.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe
but
that's
we
what
could
you
come
were
back and
talking about,
adjust, yeah.
Commissioner Lang. Thank you. Still might be a little high. So it looks like we're all set. So let's put that in there, see where we get to.
So it'll probably be too much. So you could look at taking a few townships off or something.
Yes, go that route.
And that might have been what the original blue line was,
Right.
basically.
Any suggestions, Commissioner Lang, which ones we should maybe take off, to the left or to the right? Can we see what the population is?
So you need about 6,000. So that's 27, 33.
Looks like we should just
34.
take them all off.
What was the population in the one township that was left over on the bottom?
It was 5,000. Here. So were you suggesting putting that like into 86 and taking one off 86 or something like that? Because there's still open space here in Muskegon.
That's up to Commissioner Weiss. I just know when the 3 were added on my map, they came out to like 92,718, those 3 particular counties, but that was without that little section.
How many is in that little area right there?
That's 5,000. And then this other one here, that's big. That's 10,000, 11,000.
Commissioner Weiss, overall, that district isn't far over. It's 1.85%. So, I mean, I don't think that small amount is creating a huge issue.
I mean, I'm kind of satisfied with the numbers. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, we had drawn part of that district before, so we've took in consideration all the community's interest stuff. So I'm assuming I like the number. So I guess I'm satisfied. If anybody else has any better ideas, have at it. I can give you my eraser.
All right, Department of State is good. All right, so Dustin, we have 5 minutes left and you are known for having very quick, precise districts. Do you want to try to do a quick, precise district or do you want to wait till after the break?
I'll do my best. And
Okay.
if it goes past 5 minutes, we can just stop and I'll pick up. We're just gonna do the Lake Shore. So the rest that's
Starting in Muskegon?
Yep, starting in Muskegon.
Okay, that'll be considerable population. So let's get that first. No, it's just orange and orange. Okay, so that looks like about 18,000, a little more. There we go, 24,000.
Okay.
So that's
Take-
almost
take-
equal to Oceana.
Yep, all the entire county. All of Mason. Yep, right there, those four, I believe that's where we drew it as well last time or close enough. So let's see where that gets us and then I'll call it a day. As far as communities of interest go, this would be the Lake Shore communities that we've been hearing so much about while we were on our listening tour. And we're good on that.
Nicely done, Commissioner Witches. That was a 3-minute district. That's amazing. All right. Hearing no objections or without objection, we will now recess for 60 minutes. Hearing no objections, we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. The Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:05 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely and state your physical location where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton. Present. MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Justin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present. There is a quorum.
Thank you very much. All right. Figure out where I am. All right, without objection, we will move to new business interview with Fink Bresic. Hearing no objection, I am inviting David Fink to make a brief presentation, which will be followed by interview questions from the commission. Mr. Fink, please proceed.
And that's why my thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and meet with all of you. I can't tell you how impressed I am with your commitment. I've watched some of your meetings online, and yet you come back. I have to say, it is quite a commitment that you've made. When they talk about public service, this is public service with the emphasis on the service, and you deserve a great congratulations and thank you for that. And that's not just me kissing ass. I do that in court. I don't have to do that here, I hope. I've been interested in redistricting for a ridiculously long time. I first learned about it in 1968 when I was a 15-year-old volunteer in a congressional campaign in the old 18th congressional district, back when Michigan had 19 congressional districts. That's some time ago. And at that time, I learned about some redistricting and was fascinated by the way that frankly, the partisan edges that people would get on what were otherwise apparently objective criteria. And I just found it fascinating. So again, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak to you. I will be brief because I noticed that your questions, which we were given, this is like being on Jeopardy, but somebody slipped us the questions in advance. But we only got them just as we came in, so I'm working on that. But I think a lot of the things that I was planning to say in the opening are probably going to address some of the questions there. And if they do, I'll just repeat myself because that's what I do. No, not really. Okay, so we do a lot of different kinds of legal work, and we don't always get to pick what we do. The work comes to you. You don't get to reach out and say, I want to do that, or I want to do that. This is a unique opportunity and one that's exciting for us because this is exactly what we want to do with our lives. This is the reason we became lawyers. My father was a doctor. I didn't go into law to make a living. I was the black sheep of the family. I went into law because I really was fascinated by the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and obsessed with trying to find ways that we could make a positive difference in our careers, whatever those might be. And I'm proud that my son, and delighted and lucky that my son decided to follow and join me. So let me tell you about who we are and why we think it would be particularly, we hope, advantageous to the commission to work with us. We are a 100% Michigan law firm. All of our employees are Michigan attorneys, and we do work almost exclusively in Michigan. We're brought into cases sometimes in other states, and we do some work in other states, but the vast majority of our work is done here. And we're a litigation firm, as those of you who, and some of you are lawyers and have some experience with that and know, but there are a lot of different kinds of lawyers. Not all lawyers litigate. We litigate. We don't provide counsel in most circumstances. In exceptional circumstances where we've done a lot of, when we've been involved for a long time and we know something specific or something valuable that we can offer, we will, clients will look to us for advice. But for the most part, clients look to us after the battle has started or when they know there's going to be a battle. And they want, frankly, gladiators. They want somebody who will go into court and fight for them for what they want, whatever that might be, for the goal that they want to achieve. And we've built a litigation practice that focuses completely on what does the client want, what's in the client's best interest. Doesn't always mean taking a case all the way. It doesn't always mean that every case has to go all the way. Very often, we'll be halfway through a case and we'll figure out a solution that can work for everybody. And we want to do that. Our goal is not to take everything to the finish line. Our goal is to take it to our client's finish line, whatever that might be. So we're litigators. We're very comfortable in the Michigan courts, in all of the courts in Michigan. I mean, I'm sure there's some counties we haven't been in, but we are in the circuit courts. We are in the Court of Claims. We are in the Court of Appeals. We're in the Michigan Supreme Court. And really all the courts, and then in all the federal courts in Michigan. We'll come back to that a little bit, I think, and answer some of the questions here, so I won't repeat myself. We also, because of the nature of our practice, and you've seen the response to the RFP, so I think you know this already, and that is, our practice has been focused on government representation and public issues for a long, long time. It's not all we do, but it's a very important part of our practice. When I graduated from law school, I made the decision that rather than to go to a big law firm in New York or even a big law firm in Detroit, that I would try to find a way that I could do something in the public interest, in some kind of public service. And for a series of odd reasons I won't bore you with, I ended up going to work for the law department of the city of Detroit in 1977. I stayed there for a relatively short period. And from then until today, I have always, with the exception of a short period when I was working for Governor Granholm, I have always had some legal work for the city of Detroit and other municipalities. Represented Hamtramck, we've represented Wayne County, of course. And the issues that arise in that type of litigation, in those types of cases, and the cases have almost all been litigation work, whether it was representing the city of Detroit or Wayne County or any other public entity. And the issues tend to be Michigan-centric issues. I noticed, of course, from the RFP, Freedom of Information Act, Open Meetings Act, the Michigan Constitution. We've litigated questions of the statutory enactments that have or have not been proceeded consistent with the Michigan Constitution. We're one of the few law firms that has succeeded in having a Michigan statute invalidated in federal court because of all things of a violation of the Title Object Clause. Title Object Clause is something we have in the Michigan Constitution so that when you talk to people from other states, you can prove you know something they've never heard of. So there are a lot of Michigan-specific things. I didn't mention this, but I should have, and that's immunity, the way governmental immunity works in Michigan. And, that's gone through a long and tortured history to get to where we are today, whether you're talking about the legislative enactments or the various interpretations. But we have litigated multiple issues involving governmental immunity, which almost undoubtedly will come up in some of the cases that we're dealing with. And by the way, we've also litigated against the very people you can anticipate, you can be guaranteed will be coming back here, coming to you in court. They already have. The case that was filed in the original case filed in the Michigan Supreme Court was filed by an attorney, Drew Patterson, who we litigated against more than once. And frankly, we've gotten sanctions against him, which are still being litigated. But we know what he'll do. We know where he'll come. He had a case I don't know if we mentioned it in the RFP response, but he had a case where he couldn't use, he was in federal court, so he couldn't use the Freedom of Information Act. So instead, he dredged up a theory that the state constitution gives you a right to all books and records, and therefore the state constitution gave him a right to bootstrap that into the Freedom of Information Act and to demand documents. Now, he had lost that in federal court, but he brought it back again in front of the same judge who had already ruled against him on it. But that's how you get sanctions. Anyway, so we've got experience, but we also have another special experience, and I'll try to go, I realize I'm using a lot of time. I want to go a little more quickly here, so I'll just talk fast. We do a tremendous amount of local counsel work. Very few firms brag about that. Very few firms will tell you, yeah, we're local counsel. But we're a small litigation firm. We're very flexible, and as a result, we have worked with countless firms around the country who have litigation in Michigan, and they'll contact us. Sometimes we serve a classic local counsel role where they used to call it, they used to say you were just a bag carrier because all you did was show up and stand next to the national counsel. It's not that way anymore. But we have circumstances where we're really just local counsel. Somebody else does all the strategy. Somebody else does most of the work. Then we do the final filing of something. Most of what we do, though, is more intense than that. We're dealing with local counsel because we're giving real advice to these firms that don't practice in Michigan regularly. We let them know how to deal with the special circumstances in the various courts, and we help them with whatever it is their client needs and they need in the most cost-effective manner. So I don't know of any firm I think that is both a strong independent firm, but also does as much outside counsel work as we have done and as we continue to do. Finally, I would say this. While we're a relatively small firm with six lawyers, we are very flexible and able to marshal our resources quickly for major litigation. Best example, you've all heard about because it's all over our response and got a little bit of press. We were the litigators who handled all of the city of Detroit election litigation starting in November of 2020. And we went from zero involvement in that case to handling 9 different cases in as many courts in literally a matter of a couple of weeks. Never missed a beat, on time. We got the things done we needed to get done. And we got good results and we got good feedback from what we had done. Now, in that case, in those election cases, during that short period of time, the few weeks, and some of it's still continuing with sanctions now, but most of it ended in early January, we were in Circuit Court, Court of Claims, Michigan Court of Appeals, Michigan Supreme Court, Western District of Michigan Federal Court, Eastern District of Michigan Federal Court, 6th Circuit Court of Appeals, one very short trip to the Federal Circuit because somebody filed something wrong, and 2 petitions for writs of cert in the United States Supreme Court. And we responded to each and every one of those things, and we did it in a timely and effective way by marshaling our resources. And yes, we worked a little more than 40 hours a week during that time, but we were efficient and we got the job done. So I think we can respond to what you need, but the most important thing I should have said at the outset, and I'm going to say now, is I don't know what you're going to need. You're going to have to decide that. And as this goes forward, you will let us know what role you want us to play. It's easy for me to say that I think we can do some things better than National Counsel, but we're not competing with National Counsel. We're working with National Counsel. We're going to help them be more efficient for you. And in some instances, you may decide that it makes sense for us to do some things with or without their involvement. Obviously, they would have to have knowledge of whatever we're doing, but that'll be a judgment call that you'll make. And with that, shall I go to the questions? Because I think we've come to some.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Commissioner Lett, do you want to lead the questions?
Sure. Well, we always try to judge the people we interview by if they know how to turn the mic on.
And that's why I brought my son, my partner, Nate.
So, how You probably have answered most of this, quite frankly. I think you answered all of them, quite frankly. How will your experience help us in state and federal courts?
Well, that's actually, I didn't address it quite directly, and I'm glad, and that's a good question. The advantage you have with a firm like ours is we've been in all these courtrooms. We've probably been in front of every judge we're going to end up being, that any case is going to come in front of. And what you learn when you practice, not just in Michigan, in any state, what you learn is there are local rules, some of which you can just read online, but there are also local traditions, local procedures, practices of the judges that you need to know the judges. And there are no judges that we can anticipate being in front of that we won't have some kind of knowledge of the way that they run their courtrooms, what they want. And it's not right and wrong. It's just different from one judge to another. Now, you can ask other people. If you go to a court and you don't know what's going on, you can ask somebody. But the actual experience of having been there is so much more valuable and so much more likely to help. So we can help. We can help Baker and Hostetler if something is assigned. There's certain judges in the Eastern District of Michigan who have procedures dramatically different than the other judges. There's certain types of requests that are made that we don't even worry about filing much. We file a response, but we know how the judge is going to handle it. And then there's other circumstances where a request is made and they might say, "Oh, that's nonsense," and we have to say, "No, that judge will do that." So we can be very helpful that way.
Well, that really goes into the second question, was if you're selected to serve as local counsel, how will that benefit us? I think you've really answered that, unless you have something else to add to it.
Not really. The question, as I saw it, as I think I heard it initially, was it relates to public sector clients. And that really is a distinction between people who represent private clients, people who represent public sector clients. There's very specific defenses and issues that arise with public sector clients that don't arise with the private sector clients. And we can, and that's, you are a public sector client, and that will apply. Also, there are plenty of lawyers who don't know how to represent a board, who don't know how to represent a commission, because they're just used to, one person gives them advice, tells them what to do. We've been through the politics with a small p, although, my politics have a capital P also, but politics with a small p, there's responsibilities to everybody on the commission. There's responsibilities, and you have to know when it is appropriate and when it's not appropriate to walk that tightrope. So representing public clients makes a difference. I would add this, though. Our experience representing private clients also makes a difference, because we're not just a firm that's only represented one municipality or another. We have represented we've represented New York Stock Exchange companies, we've represented medium-sized companies, represented individual business people. And there's a lot of different kinds of litigation, some of which could come up here. But the most valuable experience we've had is with the public sector.
In this setting, pursuant to the constitutional amendment, Michigan Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. How do you see that working, since there evidently aren't very many rules or procedures for this process?
Well, let me give you a two-part answer to that. First, I don't know. Second, the Supreme Court, as you know, has said they're going to make rules. It might have been nice if that had happened a few weeks ago, but the Supreme Court has said they will make rules, because they realized when they saw the case, and maybe they realized it before. I don't want to be unfair, because I have a lot of respect, and I really have tremendous respect for this Supreme Court. There have been some courts in the past that were where some of the judges were rather more political than legal. This is a terrific deliberative body that we have in Lansing today, and they realized that there are some gaps. There are always going to be gaps in any kind of legislation, but when you have this type of voter-approved legislation, there's certain to be gaps, and there's a big gap. So I don't know. I will tell you this. In the Trump litigation, I call it the Trump election litigation, we did have to deal with an attempt to bring an original case in the Supreme Court. I mean, we know how that works, because it's possible it can be done, but they don't have any rules yet for what to do here. So we're going to follow that closely. And by the way, we're going to stay in touch with the clerks up there, assuming that we get this work. We're going to be checking in regularly because their job is not to confuse you. They're not playing games up there. They want a rational, consistent process that makes sense. So you can talk to the clerks and the case managers, and they'll tell you what to do. They'll tell us what to do, I should say.
Doug?
Commissioner Clark?
Good to have you. Welcome, gentlemen. It's great to have you with us this afternoon. I've got two questions for you. First one is, without providing confidential details, please share both the challenge and the success from a past local council relationship.
I'm hesitating because I'm trying to deal with the confidential issue and make sure that I don't divulge anything wrong.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want you to.
Yeah, very recently, we had some success with a very much local council type of position. It was a trademark infringement case. A lawyer who we did not know from New York contacted us. He had a case pending in front of a judge in the Eastern District of Michigan. He needed to defend that case. He asked us for guidance. We talked to him. I happened to be in New York for a wedding a few days after they had retained us. I called him and I said, hey, let's get together. We'll sit down and talk about the case. And he said, no, that's not really how I see your role. I said, okay, let's not get together. And instead, what happened there was we gave him advice. We told him how to deal with the court, how to communicate with the court. We helped with his pleadings because there are a lot of ins and outs when you're dealing with the actual filing of things, which thank God somebody younger than me knows how to do that at all hours of the day and night. And just yesterday, I'm thinking about it because just yesterday we got a very, very good result for the client. In which the district judge ruled in its favor. And I was never in that courtroom. I'm not sure he was either. I think it was all done on the pleadings. But that was your classic local counsel. Now, there's another situation with local counsel where some of you may be aware of, have been aware of, the auto parts antitrust litigation, the price fixing. There was a massive price fixing conspiracy. I can say that because dozens of people pled guilty to federal charges of price fixing involving auto parts. And it gave rise to the largest investigation in the history of the United States Justice Department of antitrust and over $3 billion in fines. But it also gave rise to massive civil litigation, class actions. In that case, we were called and asked if we could be local counsel for a group of 4 law firms from around the country who were bringing actions. We said, sure, we'd be happy to carry their bags for them or do whatever they wanted. In the end, I think it's fair to say if you asked anybody involved in that litigation, we became essentially co-equal partners with the other firms. I mean, they were the first among equals, but that litigation lasted from 2011 until today. Some of it is still pending, but I'm not sure a day goes by that we don't file something in that case, working closely with them. So we've had tremendous experience and good fortune as local counsel in various different roles.
Thank you. The second question I have is the public must have a high level of trust and confidence in your firm's ability to provide objective, nonpartisan advice to our organization. How can you provide that assurance?
Well, at one level, I'm probably the last person to ask because, of course, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you the best possible advice. I'm going to come here and tell you, well, I'm going to give you some bad advice, but you really should hire us. But I can tell you, first of all, we did provide some references to a few clients that we have who are in varying different roles. But I think the best way I could describe it or talk about it is my job, our job, is to provide accurate, not partisan, accurate advice. Because whether you win or lose in your litigation, you set the policy. I don't set the policy. You've set the policy for what you've done. And whether you win or lose in that litigation isn't based on whether you're red or blue, whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. It's based on the law. And we need to be able, and we are able, I believe, to be objective about the law and objective about who the judges are. In some courts, you're going to find a slightly different twist. But my job is to win for you. Now, when I say that, winning isn't always going forward. I mean, I could say to you, yeah, you're going to win, but it's going to be a Pyrrhic victory and you're going to end up losing later or something. So we'll give you that kind of advice. But we have to be very objective. And if you think about it, even if you are, and I'm sure you have thought about it, even if you were partisan and I was partisan, the last thing you want from me is partisan advice. Because lots of people will tell you what they want the facts to be or what they wish the law was. That won't get you anywhere. I'll tell you what we've seen the facts are, what we've seen the law is, and what we don't know. Because in this area, if somebody tells you they know exactly what the Supreme Court's going to do with this case, you don't want them because they don't know what they're talking about. Because the Supreme Court doesn't know what the Supreme Court wants to do with this case until the facts are developed and something comes to them.
Thank you. We are a nonpartisan group, 100%. We very seldom discuss Republican, Democrat, or whatever. And our expectation is that the people that work for us as consultants, as attorneys, provide that same attitude toward that. So thank you. We've got two more questions and Commissioner Curry's going to ask.
Thank you. And by the way, I'm glad to hear the last comment that you made because that's what this was about. That's why this was on the ballot. Citizens, not politicians. That's what this was about. And I don't mean to speak for the actual, politics of it, but that's what this was about. And if you become a partisan body that by one vote makes some decisions, shame on all of us. And it's a loss to the state that we'll never get back.
All right, I'd like to say good afternoon and we welcome you here. My name is Juanita Curry, one of the commissioners. And my question to you is, how would you view the local council's role when working with litigation counsels retained by the MICRC?
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the question. And I hesitate to be, well, I've been candid all day. I guess I'll continue to be candid. I view our role as very expansive, but you have to decide what our role is. I don't decide what our role is. We can just do whatever it is that Baker Hostetler needs. They want us to file a pleading in the middle of the night. We can file a pleading in the middle of the night. They want us to show up in court when they can't show up in court. We can do that. But I view the role, I hope, as more expansive than that in a few ways. One, as I mentioned before, there are some Michigan-specific laws and Michigan-specific issues that it just makes no sense to me to not use a Michigan law firm with experience in the area to address those issues. It's not, you don't just read it on a sheet of paper and know what the law is. These things, there's all kinds of nuances. Some of them are strange. I won't take your time with them, but some of these nuances go back to people in the Attorney General's office 45 years ago and what their opinions were. But you know that if you've been practicing in Michigan for a long time in this area. That's number one. Number two, I see a lot of ways that this can be handled more efficiently for you, depending on what gets filed. If it's a single case in the Supreme Court with a single global issue about the what was passed, what the ballot proposal, if it's that simple, okay, maybe it can all be done out of Washington, D.C. by a lawyer who sits and studies. But I don't think that's what it's going to be. I think you're going to be in multiple courts. I think you're going to have multiple kinds of challenges. And I actually believe that some of those challenges you or your executive director and your council may well decide that certain challenges can best be handled by the local council, not by national council. And we'll keep them informed of what we're doing, but I think there's certainly circumstances in which somebody's going to say, you do it. Now, while that's my view, I don't make that decision.
Okay.
I'd like to ask a question about something you said. You said that you see us being in front of multiple courts. But the Michigan Supreme Court has original jurisdiction over us. Doesn't that mean every case goes before only them?
If only life were like that. You are correct. You read it correctly. But I'm prepared to bet some part of the cost of my granddaughter's college education that there'll be at least one federal case filed. The legislation can say you've got to come here. The court can say you've got to come here, but that's state court. Somebody is going to argue. I don't know that there's no reason for it. I have no reason to think anything wrong has happened, but I think it's you have every reason to believe that there will be a lot of choices. And I'll go to the Trump litigation only because when I say Trump, the Trump election litigation, it's not about Trump, it's about the election. I go to the post Biden-Trump election litigation. And here's what we saw. First, a case was filed in the Court of Claims. Court of Claims made a decision saying they should have included the city of Detroit as a defendant. The next cases were filed by different people first in the Wayne County Circuit Court. Then cases filed in the Western District of Michigan. Somebody apparently thought they would get a judge that they wanted to get, but they didn't get the judge they wanted to get. And I won't go into the details, but it's pretty clear they didn't. So then they dismissed their case. And then they filed a new case in the Eastern District of Michigan. And they filed a new case, original jurisdiction in the state Supreme Court. Meanwhile, two cases get filed in the United States Supreme Court. So the shorter answer to your question is no. I'm pretty certain that there'll be cases filed in more than one court. But if they're not, congratulations, you'll save a lot of money, and I'll find another way to fund my granddaughter's education.
Thank you. I'm obviously not a lawyer, so all the lawyers laughed at me, but that's okay. I didn't understand.
No. We laughed, just to be clear, we weren't laughing at you. At least I wasn't. We're laughing at the circumstances, because if you don't laugh, you're going to cry. Yeah. It was a good question.
Commissioner Orden, you asked the question for me too, so thank you for asking it.
Are there any more questions from the commissioners? Okay, my next question to you. First of all, can you identify your name for me, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here, I thought everybody knew me.
I'm sorry. Like to hear you say it.
I'm David Fink.
Okay.
F-I-N-K. And with me at the table is
Nate Fink.
And Nate Fink is not just my son, he's my law partner, and he's practiced for long enough that he could get along without me, but thank God he doesn't.
All right, good. I just wanted to hear you pronounce your name. Okay, my last question to you is, could you please identify how our general counsel and your firm can work together to reduce costs and minimize potential redundancy?
That's a very good question. And it's a question that you no doubt have been asked and will be asked. Why are you bringing in another litigation firm? You've got a litigation firm. And the answer is, working with your general counsel and your executive director, this is a balancing act in which multiple counsel can actually save you money, but only if you're hands-on and careful about it. Because, as I said earlier, I'll give you a great example. Let's say they're in federal court. I know, hopefully they won't be, but let's say there's a case that's brought in federal court and the federal judge wants to have a quick status conference. Well, you could pay somebody from Baker Hostetler to fly into Michigan, stay overnight, spend a full day, or, assuming we're not doing it by Zoom, we can be in and out of that court in an hour. So the actual concrete savings can be very, very significant. Now, you don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish. It's not that you say, hey, you do every other motion and we'll do every other motion. It's got to be done efficiently. But another good example is if something is filed that we've seen before, and we have an awful lot of these things, and we've argued it, whether it's in the state Supreme Court or elsewhere, we will be able to help you, even if all that happens is Baker Hostetler says, show us what you filed and we'll take it from there. But we can show them things that can help them be more efficient. And my experience generally with National Council, I haven't worked with Baker Hostetler, but they have a good reputation. And my experience has been that National Council likes to take advantage of a positive opportunity to do something more efficiently, to show the client they're there. Just as, I can say, we will only do what you want us to do because we're here to serve you. Well, any good law firm has got to say that. They need to be doing that. So Baker Hostetler should see opportunities and say, here's something. Let's have Fink Bresak do that. We don't need to do that. And I expect that'll happen. And I guarantee this, if we see a lot of duplication and it's really just, we're reading every pleading that they're reading and we're just sitting in our separate corners and each learning things. If I start to see that kind of duplication and the redundancy, I assure you, I will discuss it with your general counsel and executive director to be sure that we're not part of the problem. We came too far to try to be part of the solution. I don't want this to be the point at which people say, well, those Fink guys used to be really good for the public, but now they came along and ripped off the Redistricting Commission to make a few bucks. That's not healthy. It's not good. And it's not our future.
Okay. That's all of my questions. I suppose anybody want to piggyback on a question?
Any additional questions? Commissioner Lett, did you have a question?
I'm going to give Mr. Fink in the second chair an opportunity to address the commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. I appreciate the opportunity. I echo pretty much everything my dad said. If you give us the opportunity, I think that the commission's work has been outstanding thus far, and it would be a tremendous honor to be able to represent you. If we need to go to court, as my dad said, I do want to say I personally, as well as the other attorneys in our office, have extensive experience in the state and federal courts. And as I said, it would be an honor to be able to represent you. And I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bresak.
All right. If we have no additional questions, Mr. Fink and Mr. Fink, we would thank you for your time and coming to speak to us. And we really appreciate having you come here today. And I think at this point, we will excuse you so that we can deliberate.
Thank you for having us. You don't want us to hang out by the door waiting, like on.
If you could sit there and stare in like this, it would provide some comic relief for us. So yeah, maybe. No, you don't need to wait. You don't need to wait. You're certainly welcome to wait if you choose to do so, but you don't need to.
I didn't
hear what you said.
You don't need to wait in the hallway. That's okay.
Okay, because we could have our family out there like with American Idol.
That's what I mean. It's like
we're going to Hollywood.
You're welcome.
That's right.
You lost your phone, your state phone. Your state phone or your regular phone? You lost this phone now. Oh, no, it's his turn. To you. Okay. I don't know if that's just as bad.
Sue? Yes. Oh, Juanita's microphone is still on. Okay. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I have a question for Julianne. Since you're going to be working with Baker Hostetler, have you had conversations with Baker Hostetler relative to this law firm and them working, the working relationship they need to have with local counsel?
Through the chair to Commissioner Clark, that's an excellent question. No, I have not spoken to Baker Hostetler. Their contract is executed, but we're still finalizing the engagement letter. I have another meeting with them tomorrow with the procurement staff, just as I indicated to Mr. Fink and Mr. Fink that they would be hearing from the procurement office in regard to next steps, not directly from anyone on the MICRC. So no, I have not had that direct conversation, but what I will say is, again, we can't anticipate what is coming our way or what where it will happen or what it will look like. But certainly a team with local counsel and litigation counsel, particularly since no one on the litigation counsel key personnel is licensed in Michigan, is a critical piece of your legal team puzzle, as I see it. Does that respond to your concern?
Thank you. Yeah, it does to part. I would expect Baker Hostetler to give a thumbs up to it before we hired somebody. I know it's we're the ones hiring, but they're the ones that have to work with them.
Through the chair to Commissioner Clark, I would not recommend that at all. This is a commission discussion. The commission put out an RFP for what specific skills it was looking for relative to local counsel. Again, these we're all professionals. As an attorney, we're protecting our licenses. So with everything we do, and I would foresee no problem or no challenge whatsoever in a professional working relationship between those firms at all.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes, I believe this question is to Attorney Julianne, our General Counsel. I'm just curious, do we have a limit for this particular litigation, these attorneys, or can they just set their own price with no limit? I'd like to know how that goes.
That's an excellent question, Commissioner Curry. So the pricing schedule was part of their RFP response. I'm pulling that up so that I don't misquote anything, which would be a terrible thing to do. The pricing range for, and it's an hourly rate, again, as the commission is unable to determine what the needs will be moving forward for local counsel and for litigation counsel, quite frankly. The hourly rate ranges from $290 an hour for an associate to $480 an hour for a managing partner. And the middle tier is $380 an hour. And the contract is not to exceed $250,000 inclusive of travel.
So with that last remark, then we're kind of limited to what kind of service we're getting?
Through the chair to Commissioner Curry, no, I would not see it as a limitation. I think the way that the commission has approached this is that for budgeting purposes, the original contract amount is $250,000. If there is little need for local counsel, then that would be reflected in their billing statements and invoices, which I review and approve and forward on to the executive director for payment, as with Mr. Adelson's invoices. So all of that is verified. If there was significant need for local counsel, then the contract amount would need to have funds added to it potentially, or something like that. So I would not see it as a restriction to the commission at all. It's more of a reasonable original contract amount, again, with the unknowns of not knowing what's in the future. And I should note that both Mr. Adelson's contract as well as Baker Hostetler's have not to exceed limits associated with them. So they are not open-ended as to funding.
Okay. One more question before I lose my thought. Are we getting the best of the 250,000 range, or are there better people out there that charge a little bit more?
Through the chair to Commissioner Curry, certainly the commission let an RFP and received responses to that RFP. I'm not going to give any personal opinions, but it's for the commission to decide the responsiveness of the firm that presented today to the commission in regard to what the RFP requested, which again was based on the identified needs of the commission. So that would be a decision for the commission to make.
Well, you know, he said that sometimes this litigation goes on for years. And I was just wondering, how did that really work on the inside with the commissioners? Do we keep them for years? Yeah, I guess we would have to keep them for years.
Well, certainly through the chair to Commissioner Curry, again, certainly the commission has the ability to modify contractual relationships for a variety of reasons. I would also highlight that the commissioner's terms of service are up either when the maps are adopted or the conclusion of litigation. So the commission will be here right with your litigation counsel and potentially your local counsel. Mr. Adelson is laughing because he anticipates being gone by then. But certainly, certainly the commissioners will also be still serving as commissioners in that capacity until the conclusion of any litigation.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, Commissioner Orton.
So I have a question, but first, Julianne, could you re-explain to us, clarify for us? I know you've already told us this once, but your role as our general counsel, along with all the other legal counsel that will be working with on our behalf.
Certainly, through the chair to Commissioner Orton, your question on the courts was also an excellent question. And this is another excellent question. So the commission hired me as the general counsel with a specific, you were looking for specific skills and responsibilities in that posting. And so my job is to be responsive to the commission, to protect the commission, and to coordinate your legal team, which also represents the commission and has the commission's best interests, again, as a focus. So my role is to, in working and receiving direction from the commission, coordinating your legal services. Is it something that would make more sense for Fink Bressett, the vendor that presented today, to handle? I thought the example that Mr. Fink provided was very useful. Or is it truly something that that Baker Hostetler would require their involvement? And again, we wouldn't know the answers to those questions until we're presented with the question. And I think one key thing for my role is those relationships and building those relationships and having those open communications, not only between your legal team, but serving as that point of contact between your legal team and the commission itself, so that we're making sure that there's no miscommunication among the legal team and no misinterpretation of what the commission's goals are and what their objectives are in certainly designing the best legal strategy in which to achieve those goals.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. So my real question then, if I can ask you, you may not want to answer, but considering all that, do you feel confident that you could work with them, or that this law firm would be a good fit for the commission?
So through the chair to Commissioner Orton, similar to my response to Commissioner Curry, I leave those decisions up to the commission. Certainly they responded to the RFP and the commission has all that information in front of them. And I can assure you that I can work with, just as I said, with any other time you've directed that question at me in regard to any staffing or hiring decisions. I look forward to working with whomever the commission selects through that process.
Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Curry.
All right, so given the advice of our council that we have, that we need a local council and that we did the RFP, and being on the committee that reviewed the 3 RFPs that we received, and now having interviewed Fink Bresak, I want to put a motion forward that we retain them as our local council.
We have a motion by Commissioner Witjes to retain Fink Bresak, actually to approve resolution 2021-0906, extend local council contract. Do we have a second? Commissioner Rothorn is seconded. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Commissioner
Yes.
Curry, go ahead.
I'm trying to let this sink in a few minutes before I make a decision, because he was talking stuff that I would probably talk. And I really didn't grasp a whole lot of good information from him. So I'm trying to let whatever he said sink in a little bit more before I make my decision. But of course, I can be overruled.
Okay, any other comments or discussion? So I personally, as an attorney, liked them. I think they're competent. I think we do need to have local counsel because the simple reality is Baker Hostetler being outside counsel outside the state, there are going to be situations where, number one, it doesn't make sense to pay them to do things like respond to FOIA requests. Number two, I anticipate we're going to be receiving injunction requests if any litigation that we get, and we need someone boots on the ground here who can get in quickly and respond to that, and that requires local counsel. Third point is that our general counsel is in more of a role to manage the different attorneys we have on the outside, and we certainly could choose to not have local counsel, but then that means she needs to do all that. And I think that Julianne has more important things that she needs to work on than responding to FOIA requests, responding to injunctions. And so I think that she really needs, given what we are expecting in terms of an onslaught of litigation, I think she's going to need that assistance because she's one person, she can't do everything by herself. So I am strongly in favor of hiring them. I think their reputation is very good in the legal community. They have the government experience. They're litigators, which is what we need. We need litigation counsel. We don't need contract counsel like me. So we do need litigators, and I think it would be a good hire for us. And I'm strongly in favor of it. Steve, what do you think? Juanita wants to know your opinion as another lawyer.
Well, a good attorney knows the facts and the law. A great attorney knows the judge. These guys know the judges. It's a little facetious, but it's true. What they said, we know the local courts, we know the local judges, we know the unwritten local rules, and that would be of great assistance to Hostetler. So I didn't hear anything that they said that would cause me any concern. So I'm certainly in favor of extending an offer to them.
Commissioner Lang, you had your hand up and then it came down. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I probably have an unpopular comment. I personally didn't care for them. I think he had a great personality. He definitely talked like he knows the law and stuff, but I don't like how within an interview, he almost berated other attorneys and made comments about Supreme Court justices. I just find that, I mean, those are his personal opinions and everybody is entitled to their personal opinions, but that really put me off. So I think, especially sitting in a interview type situation, I didn't care for it. And those are just my personal thoughts though.
Thank you, Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I definitely think we need a local counsel. I don't question that at all. And litigators as part of that. However, I saw a difference with Baker Hostetler and this legal firm. And
Commissioner Clark, I apologize for the interruption. Could you maintain about 8 inches
Come back
between
from
you and
your
the microphone?
Oh, step back.
Yeah, it's,
Okay,
it's
sorry.
creating feedback.
The one thing I saw that I didn't feel comfortable with, I thought there was a difference between the two law firms, professionalism. He was more jovial and so forth, and Baker Hostetler is to the facts, well prepared. And that puts a question in my mind, is this the right counsel to get? So I yield back.
Dustin, Commissioner Witches.
Well, I personally like the fact that they came off as personable. That I feel like one Baker Hostetler is a DC firm, so I expect them to be a little more professional, but especially father-son firm like this coming to us, acting and then speaking the way that they did. I have no problem with it. That seems more, I don't know, in line and with people that I like to see in a lawyerish type setting. Secondly, given the that how we've done this in the past with all hires, I do request a roll call vote on this as well.
Commissioner Curry?
Yes, I guess I was at a disadvantage because I never heard the first one due to my absence, I imagine. But I wished I had have heard the first ones, because you all have such high regards for them. But that's why it's so important to talk to these lawyers around here to see who they would really select, because they are lawyers. But that's all I have to say on that.
Okay, so at this point, I forgot who made the motion. Dustin Witches, you made the motion. Who seconded your motion? It was Commissioner Rothorn. Okay, so we have a motion on the table by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn to approve Resolution 2021-0906 to extend the local council contract. We are going to take a vote, and I'm requesting a roll call vote from the Department of State Staff.
Commissioners, please say yes or no to indicate your support of the motion. I will call on commissioners' names in alphabetical order, starting with Commissioner Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothorn.
Yes.
Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Dustin Witches. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark.
No.
Juanita Curry.
I say yes, contingent on these brilliant lawyers we have with us.
By a vote of 8 yes to 3 no, the motion carries.
Let me select your phone. Okay, 1 second, just let me check something.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the requirements set forth in subsection 12 of the Constitution are filled by the vote.
Thank you. That's what I was just checking, and I thought it was.
I read your mind.
Yeah. All right, so, wow, I'm getting feedback. Is that better? All right, well, I'm hearing an echo, and I'm going to proceed with the echo. So the ayes prevail, the motion is adopted, and so I will leave it to our general counsel and executive director to proceed with extending that contract out to the appropriate staff. All right, at this point, we are going to return back to mapping. So let me see my list.
I was.
No, it was muted.
No, the microphone is not the speakers. It's like the microphone is on.
Okay, is that better?
Yep. Is it?
All right. All right, so we're going to return to mapping. We were still reconciling the district maps. I believe, if I am remembering correctly, we are with Commissioner Clark. Picking up with Commissioner Clark, and you will direct Mr. Stegall about where to draw the lines. So if you
Okay.
could bring up that map, that would be very appreciated.
While he's bringing up the map, let me explain what I'm going to do. We're moving ourselves up in the mitten. And what I want to do is allow us more flexibility to be able to add and subtract districts and townships and whatever. So I'm going to start in the UP and come down. That gives us the flexibility to make adjustments going north or going south if we need to. So I think it's a more flexible approach. So I'm going to start with the UP.
Okay, I just highlighted the area that has yet to be assigned. So everybody could just kind of see what you got left on the table.
Yeah.
You're going to start up in the very
Correct.
top.
Can I get that? Was that 725,000? Was that right?
725,573, 7.92 districts.
7.9, so almost 8. Okay, thank you.
Well, I have 9 here, so I think you add.
7.92 districts?
That's what it said, but I'm counting 7.92.
Yeah,
You're
so
gonna
almost
divide it
8.
in there. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
But this here has 9, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Witches.
So I like the fact that you're going to be starting in the UP. It is possible, I just can't remember how, but it is possible to draw 3 districts in the UP that encompass the entirety of the UP that does not go down into the Lower Peninsula. I don't know if we want to spend some time trying to explore that option, but just know that it is possible.
Okay, here's what I was suggesting. I think we had this subject yesterday about adjustments. We'll do this, get a map in place, and then have that as an alternative map. You good with that, Dustin? Okay. So if you don't mind, I'd just like to handle the whole UP because we've gone through this before.
Mr. Stegall.
Okay, well, the reason why I summed that up earlier, it gives you 7.92 districts. So then we take 8 divided into the 725,573. That leaves each district would need to be 90,696 to use up all the population there. So kind of keep that in mind because the plans that y'all drew previously, if you look, that one little county, all this area was moved over into 60. And that's why it's 7.92 and not, it's 8 rather than 9. Does that make sense?
It does. Can you just repeat that? That target then is 90,696. Okay, thank you.
I just don't want us, to get all the way up the UP and be.
Could you repeat the numbers, please?
90,696. You have 8 districts left to draw.
Okay.
I mean, 103 to 110, you have 8 districts. Divided into 725,573 leaves you 9696.
Okay.
I mean, they
Yeah.
can be up and down, but
And
that's the new target. Is that the right word?
Okay, and that's why I wanted to start up north and come down to give us some flexibility in adjusting if we have to.
Do you want to start at 110 and come down or just pick right
Yeah, I
up?
want to start in the northwest corner.
Do we want to start at digit 110 or 103?
I'd start at 110, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter. And we've done these districts before, so it's just going to be a matter of sense checking, I believe.
Okay. So I'm ready when you are.
Commissioner Clark, did you hear him?
He's ready. He's ready when you are.
I'm sorry.
He's ready.
On farthest northwest district.
So just start with the sign in all these as they're
Correct.
drawn? Okay.
Correct.
Want to be clear.
He's what? Commissioner Orton.
I think he's, We could start with 110 up at the UP, if that's what you were waiting for.
No, we was just waiting for him to tell him where to start drawing.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to change to townships to get part of this county. Okay, that district is 90,788.
Okay, could you scroll up, make sure we got it?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, good, good. Yeah, I'm good with that. Do you want me to continue on with the UP since we've
Yeah,
already?
go ahead.
Okay, so let's just do the next district that we have done previously.
109. will be
Correct.
it? Okay.
That'll be 109. Okay. For the moment, we'll leave that as is. Steve?
Can we go up to the area between 110 and 109, the little jagged area? When I did Zoom meetings up in those areas, it was very clear that the townships did not want to be split. And I would like to see if we have done that anywhere. Since we have some extra people to work with, we could adjust them if we have.
I don't think we've split. We did split some townships, yes. We didn't split any precincts.
Yeah, my recollection was the people on the east side of that bay there had to drive around the bay to be able to vote. That was one of the comments I remember.
Yeah, there was one area that wanted to be back with Marquette rather than over with Baraga. Or maybe it was Baraga didn't want to be there.
I believe this
No,
township
it was
is
the western
split.
community wanted to be with Marquette.
No.
I can't remember the exact name of the community, but whatever that is immediately western to Marquette wanted to be with Marquette.
And Kent, maybe you were just selecting with townships, right? You didn't use precincts when you were selecting
Right.
those? Yeah, so I
All
think we
did. We split counties, but we didn't split any
townships. Okay.
township.
Okay, we can come back and adjust some of these if we need to. Okay, let's do the next one. I think we're in good shape so far. And if we have to make some adjustments, we will.
So we will have to do a
Yeah, I don't
block
want to
here,
include, I
because
don't want to include that there.
I don't understand. That's in the water. Is there an
Yeah.
island? Is there an island in there? Anyway, we'll figure it out when we get there. there's an island there, so I think we have to get water a block to get that, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Yeah, let's get that because there's an island out there as well.
To get it broke up correctly, we got to do blocks.
Yeah.
These are also more little census blocks that we need to pick up pretty much individually. I'm pretty sure they're just water, parts of the bay and river. But they'll show up as unassigned space when you do your analysis at the end. Okay, that seems to be,
Okay.
for the most part, we may have some show up at the, well, there's some more.
Yeah, let's zoom out. Oh, there's a couple more.
Wait. Yep, I mean, it has to be done at some point.
Okay. Yeah, let's zoom out, see where we're at. Okay, so let's get the next one. And this one will be significant because it goes down into the mitten. Did that one go down the mitten or not? Or did one start right at the other end of the bridge?
Need to zoom in here in these little islands and pieces. We have to kind of
Yeah,
pick
you have
up
to include those.
individually.
Yeah. Okay, so I believe that goes down into the mitten on the western shore.
Need to assign all this area to make it a finished plan. It takes just, it was not to go into block level to get it done, or it won't get done. I'm just going to leave all these little pieces unassigned if you are good with it. And when you complete the plan, just go through them all at one time rather than holding everything up. Would that work better?
Yeah.
Okay. It's going to be tedious getting all the little islands and water blocks.
Okay. So 107 goes down into the, yes, into the mitten, top of the mitten.
And Commissioner Clark, I think this is where we had, our general counsel was actually sort of making sure that we actually had the bridge included.
Yeah.
And I know we agreed it, but I'm just thinking how narrow that connection is and that it may be worth just sort of adding that other triangle on the other side.
So assign this and then zoom in this area.
Assign that to 107, yeah. And then I don't believe the other district goes up north, does it? The one on the other side of the bridge?
It does. The eastern.
Which side's the bridge at?
I think if you zoom in, Kent, I think we did determine that.
Yeah, it did.
Right, we're barely getting it, but that was the idea. Is it's so narrow that it may be worth trying to get Mackinac City or just adding that township of Mackinac City.
Yeah.
And Mackinac.
So that's a separate district.
Or to add it to 107.
You're going to add to 107. Let's see where we're at 107. Okay, yeah, we're right in the ballpark. So I don't think we should go down that far.
So
I don't want to split a township up though, just to.
No, I don't either.
Contiguous.
Okay, that's the Mackinac Township. Is this what y'all are speaking to?
Yes, you got it.
Yeah, let's include it.
Put that in at 107?
Yeah. We'll see what happens. So it's only 500 people. Okay. So let's take a look at the numbers for 107 through 110. Just the raw total population numbers at first. So 1,000, we're about 2,000 down. Yeah. Yeah, we're about 2,000 short, but I think that's okay. Anyways, the reason I wanted to do this is so that when we got down into the top of the mitten, we had some flexibility if we needed to start shifting some of the townships around. So I want to leave it like this, and then we can move forward. Yeah, that should be part of 107. Can't have that water.
This little water block go into 107,
Yeah.
right? Correct.
Any questions? Good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Lett, did you have a question?
I know we talked about the area up around Marquette where the people wanted to be included with Marquette. Did we get them taken care of?
Yes.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, well, we will. Commissioner Curry took a break? Okay, all right, we will move on to Commissioner Lang.
Okay.
You're
What?
really quiet, Rhonda. Can you speak up a bit?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, I'll use my loud voice. Let's go under 107. Or actually, sorry, right next to 107. Let's pick up that. Yes.
That area, Commissioner Lane,
Yes, please.
that'll be 106.
go ahead and assign it to 106. Yes, please. Take the next one next to it. I don't have the county up there, so I apologize. And then yeah,
Alpena.
just keep working your way down out the Alpena area on the water, on the shoreline.
This pink boundary is the boundary of districts y'all drove, created in the past. Do you want to include everything inside that district?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And yeah, this is the continuing to finish off the district that had been previously drawn.
Yes, those 4 townships right there.
So 106 as drawn is at 90,875.
When I drew, I know when I did number 60, District 60, I took some out of what was already drawn. Can we highlight that and just kind of see what the number is for that? How much it's going to be affected?
60, okay. 60 is right here. It's a 3,000 or 3.3% under ideal.
Okay. Okay. If anybody else wants to hit the next one, I won't take multiple turns. I was just curious because I know I cut what was drawn in a previous map short by adding to 60.
Yeah, I would say just keep going with the next district, Commissioner Lang. I mean, we're letting people do multiple districts because we're kind of following old maps. So feel free if you want to do the next one too. This is your area, so you know how to balance it the best.
Okay. If you would start by taking what's left of the previously drawn district and fill that in as 105.
This area that I'm moving the cursor in?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then pick up Missaukee County and the 4 townships of Wexford County that are unassigned.
So this district is 26,000 short. Which one of these counties did you say assigned?
Missaukee.
Missaukee. And now it is 11,000 over the target deviation.
Okay. And the 4 townships of Wexford County that are unassigned. So to the west, those 4 townships.
Those 4 right here?
Correct. Okay. So I have to go into the next top one, those two townships for Springfield and Garfield.
Springfield and Garfield. Okay.
Yes, please.
So that the district now as drawn is 737 under the target deviation, or 90,875.
You mean 4,000 under?
105, I'm sorry, 4,400.
Okay, let's leave it there right now because I know we've got the community of interest with Traverse City, and I want to make sure that that's drawn in so we don't get boxed in. So I will let somebody else take the reins from here on out.
Thanks, Commissioner Lang. Secretary of State, any questions?
Hi, Commissioner Lang. Can you describe why you added these areas to this particular district and what communities of interest you considered?
These areas are going to be your rural northern areas. You're going to be looking at agriculture. Misaki was combined with the remaining 4 districts of Wexford because I do know that they have the Misaki Wexford ISD. So that could be considered as a community of interest, and also taking into account the remaining districts that need to be drawn and what population is left. We have to make sure that we don't box ourselves in.
Thank you. And can you say that again, the Misaki Wexford?
Misaki Wexford ISD Intermediate School District. So they kind of share.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Lett, I believe we're on to you.
Only this district or just this area?
The whole district.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark? As I recall, Steve, we got into a discussion, and I'm not sure this is the exact area, a discussion on some peninsula or that was partially to a city to the west or to the east, and then partially toward Traverse City area. It may be that one in the white.
It was. Yep.
Yeah, okay. I'm good then.
So District 104 is sitting on 754 people high.
Take the district immediately to the east and let's see how many is in there.
You want to call that 103 or just add it in? Create a new district.
Whatever we need. 103 is fine.
Okay.
We haven't used it. Not very many people. Well, let's take what's left and see what's in there. so we can figure out where we're at.
Okay, I believe, let me see what we got.
Your mic's not on, Kent.
Let's see how many, what district number we're on, because I know we,
It's 103.
No, we just
no,
have
103 is up there.
That's, I mean, that's all we got left.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Yep.
Last one.
So there's no more districts to draw. But there is, or did we skip one somewhere? Did we skip the number?
We didn't skip a number. The amount of population with those, with 103 and the remainder of 103, although it's not contiguous at this particular point, is enough for one particular district. So if you add those white blocks there or the townships to 103, you're going to be fine. And then we're going to need to figure out how we're going to change the districts around there. So 104 or 105 to make 103 contiguous. If you like the idea of a district that is surrounding Traverse City on all sides like that.
That looks good.
I'm gonna change the color of 103 so it's more easily identified.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, we got to make these two contiguous on 103, but I would consider taking the southeast corner of 104 and maybe the northwest corner of 105. And that would, I don't know what that does number wise. But it's one possible alternative. We should probably look at the numbers before we start
See how
switching them.
many's in this, as he said, the southeast township.
That township right here?
Yeah.
500 people, 468 people.
And 26 up here, so that's 33,000. And let's move over to the west. And how many are in the top, the northwest townships in 103?
Commissioner Witches?
4,200.
So if we switch out Platte and Elmira with Union and Whitewater, that would balance out pretty close.
I got it.
Let's try that.
Commissioner Witches, did you have an idea?
Yeah, well, at the apex of the corners there, can we just find the zero population block and add it in and make it contiguous? So we have a creek that the person has to swim across to get between the two places that he's
I
representing.
understand it, but I'd like to make them look a little better than a creek.
A creek.
Where is 105? I mean, I know where it's at. It's right there. It's 4,000 people short. I mean, compared relative to other districts. So 103 is now just 190 people high. 104 is 1.98% or 1,814 people high
And 105 is low.
relative to the other surrounding areas.
Look at the townships on the east, southeast of 103, and let's see what population they.
I'll just zoom in and see what you got. I can highlight them and get the numbers. 1,300, 1,700, 20 some hundred maybe.
Well, if we wanted to do something with the population, we could take those townships and put them in 105, which would raise that level.
That's 6,724.
I think you got an extra township, Mansalona, that one right there.
That's one township.
No, we don't want to split it.
Take it,
They would take exception.
leave that in 104.
Yeah, yes.
Assign the highlighted areas to 105.
Yes. Okay. I'll leave it there. What do you want?
Commissioner Witches, did you have a comment or suggestion?
Well, I mean, the 105, the little section of Wexford, the 4 townships that are jutting out right there. Is there anything that we can do there to put that into something else so that 105 isn't being extended between 103 and 101?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Put that into one. And then if you need to, you could take some of the Orange, Oliver, Boardman and put them in 105 potentially if that needs to happen.
Looks pretty good. 105 is a little high.
103 is 2.3% high. 105 is a 7% low. Then you get the other districts in the area.
Steve, if you take Mansalona and put it into 105, what would it do? I know we didn't want to split
The whole county?
Oh, no.
Township.
Mansalona Township.
All right, let me get
Commissioner Lang, did you
Which-
have
where
a
is it?
suggestion?
where
Oh, I know. It's right there.
First, thanks.
Okay.
is that where you say put it this Mansalona into 105?
I didn't do that because I didn't want to split the township. We'll do both sides.
The reminders to commissioners and consultants to not speak over each other.
But yeah, put Mansalona in 105.
Yes.
Pretty good.
Cut off the pink line so you get a better vision. We got some stuff to fix, but. It's the northwest. I think that identifies the districts a little better.
Okay.
Yeah, that L-shaped 103 does seem to really capture sort of around that Traverse City area, which is such a big hub, isn't it? And
Well,
that's,
in effect, it's 103.
it's 103. Yeah, that one.
102.
Yeah, 103, that 103 district, that L-shaped district.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems, yeah, I'm pleased with the way it turned out. I do think it represents a sort of, yeah, ex-urban area around Traverse City. I know that, I mean, Commissioner Lang has talked about how many rural areas actually use Traverse City for all sorts of things, but it just feels like it's, yeah, I like it. Well done.
Okay.
Happy dance.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
Madam Chair,
yes.
and this may be a good time to go through here and clean up these unassigned little blocks and everything, and
That would be a great idea, but please save first.
it's good. But I was gonna say, I'm gonna spawn them and zoom in, and then somebody tell me where
to go, yes.
Not where to go, just tell me where to put the blocks.
Where to
You
put the
stay
blocks,
right
yeah.
here.
Everybody's a comedian.
So Commissioner Rothorn, I will direct you to direct Kent to, when he gets a discontinuity, tell him what district to put it in, please.
All righty, I can do that. Thank you for checking for discontiguities. Absolutely. Commissioner Lang, do you have your hand up? Please.
I just want to know, do we still have the overlay then at our disposal of the previously drawn ones? I'm just going to be honest, I'm looking at northern Michigan and all those areas, and the population is so dispersed that I see a lot of splitting of counties and stuff going on that I think could be drawn more compact personally. But I was just curious if the overlay that they're using that showed the previously, we have access to that, don't we?
That is correct. Kent, can you help us where we would find the overlays, and what Commissioner Lang's question was like where the overlays that we were using prior to this reconciled map, those would be available is it at my district at this point?
If they aren't, they will be or should be. And I mean, we have them all contained and backed up. They're readily available. And I think I've put them all, they're all house plans. So they would be out there by date. If there's one not out there, then I will get it out there.
Does that help, Commissioner Lang?
It does. I'm saying, like, for our use, are those the files that we've gotten sent? Like Sue has sent us files in the past from our day's work. Is that how we would get those on our computer? Or is it automatically in the program?
Kent, can you help answer that?
All right, from what I heard, unless Sue Ann or somebody has sent you the shape files from, let's say, weeks ago at that time, the best place to get it would go to My Districting and download the shape file. If it's not there, it needs to be there, and I'll get them posted, because all the house plans that y'all have drawn should be out there. But the earliest ones were not as well organized, naming convention. But obviously we got them and can post them. Does that cover it?
Yes.
That's helpful. Go ahead, Commissioner Lang. Did you have anything else? Great, but that was a helpful question because I think that'll help our public as well. Okay, any other? Okay, so Kent, I think you and I are checking for discontiguities at this point.
So right here, that highlighted area is a water block that at one time was part of District 4. District 9 was made. So we can check the population. Pretty sure it's going to be 0. 0. So, all this territory surrounding it is District 9.
Let's assign it to District 9, please.
And there's some more little pieces, right? It's a bunch of them right there.
Each that's assigned to 4 should be assigned to 9, please. And I'm just acknowledging that 1, 2, and 3 have no discontiguities, which is great. Yep, so we're just cleaning up District 4, assigning it to District 9, or that portion.
And this came from these water blocks, for whatever reason, the Census Bureau had them assigned to adjoining precinct that we put into District 4. So these got left out.
That's good clarification. Thank you.
And then these little pieces get left out. My suspect is the water blocks are in one precinct, but this landmass area is in another precinct. So it kind of just forces it to be an error.
Yep, we're just going to put those in 9 again, please.
It's pretty typical to have this very thing around water areas and islands.
Canada's Fighting Island.
There's one done.
So that should go into District 9 also. That's a sliver of a water block, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. Is that a roadway coming across or power line?
Okay.
or
Yep. Okay.
Ferry crossing?
Sugar Island. So downriver, gross eel.
And for some reason, it's either not doing it or doesn't like what doesn't show up. It did it, but it kept it highlighted. Okay, next. That's the major part of the district.
Oh, wow. So we're on to District 57. Excellent. So we've.
And here's a.
Okay.
That's
So-
57, in the edits, that little area got. So that little dot right here is
Right.
labeled as 57 and it's surrounded by 56.
Yeah, we wanted, I remember this was we intentionally put this into 56. Does the other commissioners remember that? I'm just, okay, I'm seeing some nodding heads. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Patience is the name of the game, right? You're doing great. He said it's not his strong suit. So District 57 still. The first 56 have no discontiguities at this point.
I'm hoping it closes before it loses the changes we've made.
Yeah,
I feel we should keep going because, right, I want him to keep, it's just like
Yeah.
acknowledging that people can take care of their needs because
Wow.
we do have 10. I think we might have enough 11.
We have 10, so only one person can leave.
While we're waiting, we're discussing, just acknowledging that commissioners, as you need to take care of a break, please do. We do have quorum and we're able to do that, but we would like to keep going rather than take a break.
Yeah, and I would say one at a time.
Yes,
Because we only have
that's-
10, so we can have one person at a time leave the room. Actually, we do have 11, so we can have 2 leave at a time. So Commissioner Clark is currently taking a break, so one other person could leave and take a break if they wanted to.
I do think some of those errors, they pop up most frequently when we've been doing blocks, and the block file is significantly larger than anything else. It's hundreds of thousands of records.
Okay.
I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but it's suspicious activity.
Right. So what would you suggest? Should we just repeat this, do it again?
I'm gonna
should
do it again.
All right.
That's what we have to do.
Or
I'm gonna go back to plan history and see.
So, Kent, oh yeah, let's try the plan history. Absolutely.
Yep. So it'll get back to where that last little sliver was.
Absolutely. Does it help if we save it each time, or is that one of those things
No,
that
it really wouldn't matter.
it really wouldn't matter? Okay. Okay.
So that's a little 49 inside of 19.
40 or 19 inside of 49, perhaps.
The brown is 19.
The brown is 19, and the highlighted district is 49?
Yes.
I see. So you should assign it to 19, please. Should we check can we see if there's population?
Well, that's what I was labeling. No, that's block.
Okay.
No population. And we're gonna put that in 19.
You have to turn on your mic, Kent.
This is a block with 2 people in it, and it's sitting inside of District 51.
Right. So it should be 51, please.
So it went to the next error, which was this block has 1 person in it. This census block has 0 in it.
And that's
It's
the one
labeled as District 57.
near Schwartz Creek. Yeah. So we've tried to do this before. Yeah.
You want it in 59 or 56?
56, please.
And it went to the next one, which, we got a couple of things there. That's unassigned, and that's assigned to the wrong district. That's unassigned as well. So that's a water block. So it's a matter of, and here's a 65 kind of
right
sitting out here.
So commissioners, unless I hear from you, it looks like it should be in 82. So help me, if you object, please let me know. But yeah, I'm just going to ask him to assign it to 82. So hearing no objections, let's just do that, Kent, please. Did we move on?
I gotta go back to, I gotta go find it. All right. This is unassigned. Each time we select something, it jumps to the next one. I lose where I'm at. So this is 62.
Okay, so can we assign, so how should we proceed, Kent? Should I just direct you to assign it, or is that?
Assign it to 62?
Yes, please.
So it jumps to the next one, and that's the whole district. So this should be a part of a district. That's a 0 population block.
Commissioner Riches?
I have a suggestion, and forgive me if this would be out in left field, but if a district, if you're looking for these particular areas in regards to either unassigned areas or areas that are discontiguous, and there's only one district to choose, why don't we just, like, for example, what we see on the screen, adjacent district 69 is the only one to choose out of the particular items that the system thinks it should be in. Why don't we just have our mapper do those automatically without him constantly asking where it's supposed to go, because there's only one choice anyway? And it might go a lot quicker that way.
And what I'll do is I'll just monitor. I'll be the person that monitors.
Okay. I'm going to say 69 and somebody say yes. or wait.
Yep, and I'll continue.
And
Yep.
I'll call it out and somebody say yes or no.
Yeah, General Counsel. So there was a proposal for these tiny discontinuities where there's only one option. So what we have on the screen is 69. Clearly, the option should be put it into 69. Commissioner Witches is suggesting that we just allow the map drawers to just do it automatically.
If there's only one.
If there's only one option, is that acceptable? Or would you rather us continue to say, like, assign it to 69, assign it to 70?
Certainly, Madam Chair, I apologize, Doug, for taking your seat, Commissioner Clark for taking your seat. Certainly, and I believe your mapping consultants have expressed in the past that that assigning those types of unassigned areas is something that they could easily do when they're completely surrounded by another district. But for example, if the block 1-0, I think that's 1-2, that's kind of could go either way. That might be, and I understand that that's not an assigned area. I'm just using it as an example, that might be something that the consultant would want guidance on. But certainly I think it would be a reasonable request if the majority of the commission agreed that for unassigned areas that are completely surrounded by the same district, that those would be assigned. That is an option, or the commission can proceed with directing them individually.
So with that suggestion, are there any objections to that suggestion from Commissioner Witches? Hearing no objections. Kent, please proceed.
Okay. That highlighted block's going into 69.
Yes.
So back to where we were earlier, this is unassigned, and this might be one you want to call. This is 65, this is 82 all around.
Yes, we do want to put these into 82.
All of this area, I'm going to highlight it.
Yes, please.
Including that little census block down in there.
Yes, please.
And put all of that into 82.
Yes, please. And it looks like and there's a little red. Well, but we'll get to it. Yeah, that one there. Yeah.
We're going to get that right now.
Okay.
You see, it's better than having. So that would go into 82.
Yes, please.
That was interesting. So I'm going to assign this to 82.
Yes, I think we've been here before.
Yes. I'm going to have to close this out and come back in because it's saying missing geography, and that I have no explanation for it. export this plan as a shape file so we can just bring it back in if something goes wrong.
Okay.
Come on. So this is the area, it's really broken up and might explain why we're getting some weirdness to it. So let's just start right here. You can see 65 is discontiguous to this 65.
I do.
And that's
and-
13 people.
Yeah, and we're on the west side of the state, I believe. Is that right?
Yes, this is
Dowagiac.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're in the southwest. Okay, so
and we're gonna.
Yes.
It looks like we're gonna have, at least this one to deal with, and that census block contains 13 people.
yeah, let's assign
This
it.
census block contains 446.
Right, and it just seems like 82. So that's 65. Yes, 82, please. Okay, and yep, also 82, please. Both of those blocks. Maybe one at a time if the
Both
computer
of
likes
these
it.
into 82.
Yes, please. And that's
And this is a previously discussed area.
right.
And
Also
we-
into 82,
82.
please.
Also into 82 as previously discussed.
Yes, thank you.
This looks like it should probably go into 70 at a zero population.
Yes, please. I think, yeah. And again, as Commissioner Rich has suggested, if it does say under the recommended correction under that adjacent district, if that's just the only one, feel free to just do it.
I'm just going to mention it as I do it. So
I understand.
if I
And I will,
do something wrong, somebody can put their,
I will respond.
thank you.
And we're in District 69 here. So we want to assign it to 69, please. Yes. Ann Arbor area. And because there's going to be a lot here, do we want to go slow and be patient, or what's your, just keep going until it crashes, right? But it's not going to crash.
I want everybody to know that I did not design or write this software.
But you work well with it. Thank you, Ken, for helping us navigate it.
But if it works well, I did help with that.
Excellent.
We're back up to, we kind of knew we were going to run into this.
Yeah.
That's the big piece. Okay,
Yeah.
we got a little small piece up here.
Okay.
And that is, I believe, part of should be 108, and probably that too, because 107 is predominantly down here.
Yes. So 108, please. Mhm.
So this is where we have to sign that island. We need to sign this water block.
Let's do that. Looks like it's going to be 108.
It automatically scrolled us down. But I knew it was right there. So then now there's no discontiguities. We'll check for unassigned areas. There may be, yeah, look at that. All these little tiny little blocks.
Okay. Yep, 61. Yep, we'll use the same. If there's a recommended correction and there's only one choice, please assign it.
Looks like we have two census blocks, one up next, well, I guess it could go 89 or 84.
It looks like it should go to 89.
89 it is. Okay, here's
on the border.
Probably a
Yeah.
median. Actually, there's 7 people in that block.
It looks like it goes
11
to-
in that block.
And 74 looks like the most appropriate.
There's going to be 2 of them. It's only going to do one and it's going to go to the next one.
Okay.
I thought it was, but anyway, here's another example of 10 people.
Yep, that's on 75, please.
75. That looks wholly inside of 75.
It does. Okay, so let's stay with District 1, please.
Okay, District 1. One.
Yes. And then District 2. And that looks like 67.
$67.
Yes.
This looks like a series of blocks along the waterfront.
Right. And what's the population?
I think it's just water.
Just water, right?
But we can, we'll do it
It looks like
carefully.
it would fit easiest in 13, but it is. in
Looks like
District-
this part could be in 13 as long as there's no population.
Yeah, and then
And then maybe that southern part,
is 6. Yes.
just for, I think it would be for appearances more than anything.
Yes, let's do it that way, please.
So 13 for this part.
Yes, please. And then that block that's grayed out just north of that. Did you see that?
Yep, that's another one, isn't it?
Okay.
Yep.
Also into 13.
And this bottom half has not been assigned. This part right here, the bottom half of this, right across here, this hasn't been assigned.
Okay, so let's assign that to 6, please. That looks like 19.
19?
Please. 19, yes.
That's still more of this lake or bay.
Right, and is that one census block or multiple?
It's
Okay.
3.
Yeah, so for appearances, again, what I'd like to do is assign, the upper, those 2 to 19.
Okay. It actually can make a difference when they run compactness analysis.
Okay.
It smooths up the lines rather than taking.
Okay. So then the southern one.
Not that it.
Into 13, please.
Seven people here,
That looks like
0.
50, that looks like 56, please.
That looks like a township boundary right through there.
Yeah.
56.
Yes, please. And that will be 76, please. That'll be 102. Yep. And that's a water block again, isn't it? Or is it?
I'm going to zoom out so you get a better visual.
So, well, I'm going to need some help here, commissioners. What do you think? Is this 57 or 31? Anyone have any strong? I guess if you have a strong feeling, raise your hand.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
Okay, no
This
strong.
this 0 block here is in 57. You could put them. There's 0. You could put them both in 31.
And I heard another commissioner say 57. So I'm just going to go with that, please.
57.
57. Yep. And okay. And we are in the water again here. And is that in terms of compactness scores and thinking about that, is that a 58? I'm guessing 58. Okay, let's go with 58.
Yeah, the eyeball test, it looks even, straight line.
Yeah.
There must be a sliver in there somewhere, and that is tiny.
That is a tiny sliver.
I think when that kind of tiny sliver shows up, it's a digitizing digital error at the census. Never really understood why we have empty water blocks. I mean, why couldn't it just, this all be one? I don't know.
So many mysteries to solve.
It's better than it was 10 years ago.
Glad to hear that. I am glad the software leads us to these anomalies that we don't have to find them. Oh, did you see that? There are no unassigned areas in this plan. I think this is where we do our happy dance, right? Happy dance.
As Commissioner Witcher says, save it.
It is being saved.
Can I get a save?
All right. So I believe we're done with all three maps, draft proposed maps. And there's a thought or a comment. Secretary of State, did you have a thought or a comment?
I don't want to cross the party. So I believe for your congressional districts, you still have to resolve the variance.
Oh, yes, I think we had, right. So let's continue, because we're just in this for the House. We should do that for the congressional and then also check the Senate just to be sure.
What do you
That's I'm
mean
hearing.
by the variance? You mean for discontinuities, unassigned areas, or population? Population for the
Oh,
congressional?
and right, the congressional is not quite resolved.
Well,
Excuse me, Madam Chair,
Yeah,
I'd like
go
to just go ahead and build this plan and save it and then I'll open up your congressional work.
yeah, I was also gonna suggest we take a 10-minute break so that everyone can take care of personal needs. And then I actually believe the congressional is probably gonna be a longer conversation because we actually have 4 congressional plans that we have sitting out there right now. So it's. All right, so right now, without objection, we will take a recess for 13 minutes. It's currently 3:37 PM. We will come back at 3:50. Thank you, Commissioner Rothorn. My brain is fried. So, because I'm trying to be Okay, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 3:52 PM. So we got a little bit of time before we have to move to other agenda items. So go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, call roll.
Commissioners, please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely and disclose where you are attending. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Villette.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. So we had finished up with Commissioner Lett on the House map, and we were moving on to Commissioner Orton. Did you want to make any changes to the House map, or are you comfortable going to the congressional maps, Commissioner Orton?
Yeah, we can go on.
Okay, so we can go on. So to the congressional maps, did you pull up the first version? I think the plan was we've got 4 versions, version 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think the plan is to pull them up and reconcile population because we didn't have evenly balanced populations on those maps. So Kent, if you could bring up version 1, and then Commissioner Orton, you can direct Kent as to.
Yes, Commissioner Chair, there's 4 statewide completed plans on the website, and it's these top 4. So here's the first one done that day. We're going to start there, right?
Sure.
Which version are we starting on? I'm sorry.
This is V1.
This is V1. Okay.
I don't know if that's V1, but it's 1.
So can someone remind me the 4 versions? I didn't realize we had 4 versions.
So we have ones that include Midland, one that does not include Midland, one that reaches out to Grand Rapids, and then I think there was the original one we were starting with.
The 4th one I do know was Grand Rapids here that stair stepped up to Muskegon. That was the last iteration.
And then, version 3 is the one that just has Midland City pulled in. And I have to look at the other 2.
So this is version 1, and we're just trying to get down to equal population.
Yes. So Mr. Brace apparently is on the Zoom and has his hand up as well. So Mr. Brace, did you have a comment?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you there. I just wanted to point out, for your benefit, what Kent has gone through in terms of trying to fix little pockets. It is something that Fred and I have found in the Michigan data set. And so you do need to be a little bit careful when you're assigning townships or precincts. There are some little pockets along the edges of precincts where the precinct has come into a different town, even though the heart of it is over in the other town. So it's causing some of these little pockets that Kent was fixing, but just be cognizant of that when you're drawing and as well as fixing.
Thank you, Mr. Brace. So Cynthia, just looking at these maps really quickly, I'm refreshing my memory of what these were. So version 1 was the version where we did not have Flint with Saginaw and Bay City. Version 2 was where we did have Flint with Bay City and Saginaw, but not with Midland. Version 3 has the little bit of Midland City put in, and then version 4 has Midland City out, but Grand Rapids included.
Madam Chair.
Or Muskegon, I'm sorry, not Grand Rapids.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If the commissioners like, each one of these plans are on my districting site. So if you want to pop in there and refresh, you could go through and look at whichever you want and then
Yep, that's exactly
Just
what I
kinda
was
refresh
doing.
what you're
Yep. Looking
thinking.
at them there to remember what we did. So version 1 is Flint's not included with Bay City and Saginaw. Version 2 is, let me look back, is Flint included with Bay City and Saginaw, but not Midland. Version 3 is Flint, Bay City, Saginaw, and the city of Midland. And then version 4 is Bay City, Flint, Saginaw, no Midland, but then that little jog over to Muskegon, if that helps you.
So it seems like we could pare it down to 3 versions because the one
With Flint.
with Grand Rapids and Muskegon is the same as one of the, there's 2 that are the same. As far as the Flint, Bay City, Saginaw areas go. I'm just thinking we could pare it down to 3 instead of 4 if those are the ones we want to
So
propose.
yes and no. There's a Flint version with Saginaw Bay City. There's a Flint version with Saginaw Bay City, Midland City. There's a version with no Flint with Saginaw and Bay City. And then there's the Flint, Saginaw Bay with the Muskegon outreach. Does that make sense?
Mhm. So we could change one of the,
So I think kind of the starting point is, do you want Flint with Bay City and Saginaw? Because if you're a yes on that, then versions 2, 3, and 4 all have that configuration with some other changes.
so what are we doing here? Are we taking all 4 of these versions and trying to get the population right? Or I just don't know our
Yeah, we can.
procedure.
Commissioner Clark.
Are we doing the population right, or are we, excuse me, are we selecting the maps that we want to bring forward?
I think at this point, our intention is to balance the populations to get them as close to 0 as possible. And we have 4 versions of the map that we can do that on. So it's just, do we want to do it on all 4, or do we want to, I think we can just do it on all 4, so. But it's up to you. It's your turn.
Well, it just seems like it would be take a long time to do it on all 4, but if we can consolidate, if most of the map is the same, then we don't have to redo that same thing over and over and over. I don't know. It's confusing.
So, do you want to discuss including Flint with Saginaw Bay and decide if we want to do that and then discuss Midland? Because that would be a way to narrow it down.
Sure. Do people want to discuss that?
I see some nods.
We have to at some point. Yeah. This is where the work gets real. Yeah. When we have to, duplicate, or feels like
I agree with
duplication.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I look at the population and it looks really in good shape on the congressional one. And so I'm not sure we have to adjust anything at this point. They're all low deviations and all relatively in good shape within the range.
Mr. Stegall.
Would it be helpful, everybody's looked at this for a couple minutes, I'll bring the next one up for a couple of minutes, and then the third one for a couple of minutes, and the fourth one and then would that help?
Yeah, I think that's helpful.
John.
If I may.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Morgan, go ahead.
Yeah, John Morgan. Once you do decide you want to go down to like a 1-person deviation, that is a process that takes a little bit of time. I think you probably want to see how it's done. It may be possible for you to direct somebody to do it for you, like one of us. But that is a process where you basically hold each district steady and you make that individual district go to exactly 1 person. And then you look at the next adjacent district. You don't have the option to trade back and forth at that point. So it is a process. It takes a little bit of time to do it. But it's something that you probably will want to consider anyway.
Commissioner Orton.
So I would like to hear General Counsel and perhaps Mr. Adelson weigh in on, according to what we have on our active matrix, we are within the deviation. But should we be down to one person? Please tell us.
General Counsel or Mr. Adelson, whichever.
Okay, so with deviations, as you know, the congressional maps the deviations have to be as small as possible. And the Supreme Court hasn't said, of course, what that means. Looking at the percentages of your deviations, they're all under, of course, 1%. They're all, you have a 0.02, 0.04, 0.12, 0.21. They're already pretty low. I understand wanting to see if you could achieve greater, less of a deviation. And I understand we're just talking about deviations right now. So I certainly can understand that. And my general thought is, as low as you can create the deviations, I think that's always good with the congressional maps. Since the districts are so large and the one person, one vote requirement, the Supreme Court applies almost literally, but not literally in the sense that the deviation has to be one person. You're already pretty good, but there are some districts where you have like the first district, you have about 2,400 people, the difference. And then you have District 3 is almost 4,000. To me, that would be, if you're looking to reduce the deviations further, those might be places to look at where the population is higher than, like, for example, the 143 in District 7. But I think, so my advice is see if you can reasonably lower the deviations more. They do not have to literally be 0 or 1%, but see if you can lower them more. And as I said, I understand you're only dealing with the deviations now. Does that help?
Commissioner Orton.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
So my next question is, like our mapping consultants have said, it takes some time to do this. Is this something we should take time with to do now or wait until after analysis is done? Because then we may need to change quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I would suggest spending some time now, because to see, like with the District 3, for example, with the 4,000 people, how difficult it is or how easy it is to reduce that further. You may also want to try to do that more in the districts like District 12 that don't really implicate the voting rights, ability to elect requirements because of the demographics. I think that might be even a better idea. So there will be things that we will be looking at elsewhere. I really don't anticipate doing that in 12, for example. So I think that might be something that's worthwhile for now.
Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I think the idea of, moving closer on a few districts and deviation now makes some sense. But again, that process, if you choose to go down to like one person, that's what I'm saying takes a little bit of additional time. And at that point, you are really, truly fixing the districts. What I mean by fixing is, really locking them in. So if you think you're going to be making, other changes, and you probably will, then you might hold off on that last step if you even go to that last step.
And to take Mr. Morgan's point, I agree with him. I think that from a legal basis, you're not required to go to one person. I understand there are different considerations, temptations. That's a good word. But you're not legally required to go to one. And frankly, I've not, with the districts that I've worked on, congressional, I haven't seen that, but I think the key point here is, yeah, there will be other changes. So if you were inclined to go to one person, that's not something I agree that I would recommend doing now.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So I'm thinking now about our public comment tour and that maybe we do that after the public comment tour. I know we have deliberations coming up this week and I'm trying to understand if we should think, I guess I'm looking for, I think this is where Cynthia is going with this line of questioning. How do we use our time this week? Right. And I think, today we've got about a little less than an hour left. Help us do help us take the next step that seems logical with analysis, with partisan fairness, with something so that we can, knowing that we have the public hearings coming up and that we'll be changing maps, et cetera. I think, is that the line of questioning you sort of had it down, Cynthia?
Yeah, kind of. Just how do we best use our time and not do something that we're just gonna have to redo later after things change?
Well, I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be productive to narrow down, not necessarily the maps, but what we want to do. Like we have a map with Flint by itself. We have a map with Flint up towards the base cities. I mean, do we want to discuss that and narrow it down? Because I think we can probably eliminate one or two maps and narrow the focus just by resolving that issue. Do we want Midland to be in with the Tri-Cities? Do we not want Midland to be in with the Tri-Cities? Commissioner Lett, I thought I saw your hand.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
Thank you so much. So as far as the work to be done prior to deliberations and prior to the commission adopting the proposed draft maps to take into the second round of public hearings, those maps, it's critical that they also comply with the constitutional criteria. So I concur with Mr. Adelson. The sooner that you make those efforts, the better. Those maps will be going into the public hearings. And then after the second round of public hearings, when the commission has another opportunity to make modifications to the maps, based on additional data, based on public comment, based on the portal, based on all the manners in which the commission receives feedback and information to inform its work. Those modifications we'll be having at that time. And then the final proposed maps will be adopted by the commission for posting, which trigger the 45-day public comment period. I wanted to make sure for the benefit of the viewing public, again, that the second public hearings do not trigger the 45 days. That is after this process. So I want to be clear about that. And I also wanted to urge the commission to make the changes that they can, again, sooner rather than later, so that going into that second round of public hearings. And I also agree with Mr. Adelson that it does not have to be down to an individual person, but that narrowing those deviations would be beneficial at this time. And partisan fairness, we're expecting Dr. Handley to join the commission on Friday. So that will be before you on that date. So as you're moving through the analysis and what I would term the compliance work, now that you have completed plans, is critical at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Orton.
So you're saying the compliance work, so that's all the analysis that has to happen to make sure we're in compliance with the guidelines, the Constitution. So that won't happen until Friday?
Through the chair to Commissioner Orton, and I apologize if I was unclear, you have been doing that since you started drawing maps. What this is an opportunity to look at a statewide plan and to run a partisan fairness measure, which again can only be measured according to the constitutional language on a statewide basis, and to also examine the interactions between the districts, the population. It's truly is the time to go through your constitutional criteria on a more holistic statewide level than what you have been doing, which is working your way through the districts and reconciling the plans that you drafted in the past collectively. Is that helpful, Matt?
Yeah, so I guess my final question is, then do any of our consultants, lawyers, see anything wrong with any of the districts we've drawn that would say you need to go look at this again before we get it down to lower deviation?
I think that those things, I would offer that those things can happen simultaneously. and be addressed. And I would invite Mr. Adelson to lend his voice to that question as well. And also highlight for the chair that Ms. Reinhardt did have her hand up.
But Commissioner Lang has her hands up. I think she's trying to
okay.
alert me. So Commissioner Lang, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, this back and forth honestly is confusing me. If we have 4 congressional maps right now, before we start making changes to 4, it seems like time-wise and efficiency-wise, it would be smart to narrow them down to the ones. And then my question would be, we have maps that were also submitted by commissioners, and I know this is also supposed to be part of the deliberation process, but in essence of time, shouldn't we kind of be narrowing those down now before we start making adjustments to the other stuff so we don't run out of time?
Excellent questions, Commissioner Lang. Excellent questions. I think that's what we're, wrestling with.
And if I could add on to what General Counsel Petula was saying, that with the maps, whole maps, then we can start doing in a way what we started to do yesterday. When Commissioner Rothorn and I were talking about the questions, I think on one of the Western districts about try this. This is a possibility, and it's something that if you decide not to do it, then that may require certain justification. So typically, in my experience, when you're at this stage and you're dealing with the discontinuities and other anomalies and deciding which maps to put forward or combine, then that's also like the final check, run through, discussion, compliance evaluation before deliberation and before voting on moving forward with your draft maps.
So it's Cynthia's turn. So what would you like to do?
So I think we should start by taking these 4 versions and choosing 2, make 2 out of that we can present or that we can deliberate on.
That seems reasonable to me. So then the question is, how do you want to go about that? I mean, I think the easy question is, do you want Flint with Bay City or not? Because that immediately eliminates one map. So, or it keeps one map depending, or we can do an alternative where one is and one is not.
I think that would be a good idea to do.
Okay,
where
Commissioner
one is
Curry. Microphone, we can't hear you.
Oh, microphone.
What do Bay City and Flint have in common? What is their contiguous things that they have in common?
So we received a lot of public comment asking that Flint be put in with Saginaw and Bay City.
Okay.
Rather than being put out sort of with more of the rural areas, because the feeling was that it was, I believe what was expressed is that it was.
So if that's what they want.
Help me with my words here, Cynthia.
Well.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I agree. We received a lot of public comment once this map was put out on the website. People looked at it from Flint that they should be part of Bay City Saginaw. But I didn't see a whole lot of comments from the Bay City people saying, hey, we want Flint. Okay. And Saginaw the same and Midland the same. They look at themselves as Tri-County. So I think as we do maps, we should submit this proposal with Flint alone and then another map with some variation of Flint with Saginaw and Bay City and Midland probably.
And maybe we look at the VRA compliance. So this is District 10 we're looking at, and just look at, and try to, understand it at that data level too, like which district, whether it's 10 or not, sort of helps comply. This is the compliance time, right? And so we would just have to run, okay, so if hopefully it would be a District 10 in the other versions, but, I guess I'll write down, those numbers and look at the district that was drawn, with including Bay City. That's sort of a data way to go about it.
Commissioner Arthur, if we're going to be looking at the Flint district, could we zoom in on the district, please?
And Kent, could you make the active matrix a little larger? Could you make the active matrix a little larger?
So this only.
We can download these act matrix into an Excel spreadsheet and just email them all to you through Suan, if that would help. Takes about 30 seconds.
Is anyone interested in that? Did you hear what Kent said? He could email through Suan the active matrix to us in a spreadsheet so that we can see it easier ourselves as we go along. Of course, it'll change if we change anything, so.
Yeah, I think the visual is helpful for me. So to see only the spreadsheets will be challenging for me.
Excuse me. So with this district only has Flint, and there are other maps that have Flint, Saginaw, and Bay City. Do you have a map with Flint and Saginaw? Is it Flint, Saginaw, Bay City, and Midland? What I'm getting at is that Flint and Saginaw have significant Black populations. So this map has one city. There's another city in 11 that has a significant Black population. So to me, and just looking at this, having the eastern part of 10, those are rural counties. So the Black population is most likely lower, and the ability to elect in these areas is most likely lower than in Flint. So rather than, when you're looking at population, you've captured population in rural areas in 10 and 11 and married them with large urban centers in that part of the state that have large Black populations. So as we saw when we were doing as I recall, the House District in the general Flint area, the surrounding area, the population is very different. So the more you add population that is significantly non-minority, then you run the potential of diluting the minority population. So there are alternatives to 10 in just looking at the map that do not dilute ostensibly the same way 10 does.
Commissioner Orton? So 10 is Flint?
Rhonda had her hand up for a long
Yeah,
time.
Commissioner Lang, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You guys are on this discussion now, so I'll wait till you finish this discussion and then go, because I don't want to get off on something else when you're discussing a specific topic now.
Okay, Commissioner Orton?
So Kent, can you show us a different version that has Flint, Saginaw, and Bay City together? I don't know what number version that would be, but.
We can, they have a preview. So we have to close this, back up, see what we have.
Please do that.
All right, this is version 1. That was version 1. We'll just go to 2. And I don't know if we can see it in this little. Yeah, I'm just going to have to open it up.
Yeah. Do that, please.
And I think 4, that's never a good sign. Just a moment. think version 4 was a copy of 3, except for the Grand Rapids, the Muskegon was changed. So it does appear that this District 11 contains the city of Flint and picks up Saginaw, but not Midland in the Bay Area. That's District 11.
Okay, thank you. So those numbers slightly more balanced. So Mr. Adelson, what is your?
Well, I agree. It is more balanced with Flint and Saginaw. I'd like to see what is that District 11? Ken?
Yes.
So, and there's another alternative that includes Bay City. Is that correct?
No, sir, this does, I'm pretty sure
That has Bay City.
that is Bay City right there. So what is highlighted is not VA pop, but is all the townships that are greater than 10% Black.
Mr. Adelson, I think you may have been, it may be Midland that we may have added. Is that right, Commissioners? Was it Midland that was the alternative to, was that added to 11 or no? Was that in the Senate districts?
No, that was,
the House?
this was, no,
Was
we
it
had
here?
an alternative congressional with Midland City being put in,
And do
just the city, not the township surrounding it, into 11, yes.
you see Commissioner Lang?
Commissioner Lang, yes, go ahead.
I just want to say that when we drew this district, we actually had Mr. Adelson look at both sets of maps, and Mr. Adelson actually said that this one was the better as far as compliance goes, if that helps.
That's my memory too, Rhonda.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, that's the one we're seeing now? Yeah, I think if I could just give a little context to that. Once you get out of these cities in this part of Michigan, the counties are very rural. Having counties that have heavy non-minority populations can dilute concentrations of minority votes. So I think that marrying Flint, Saginaw, and I saw Bay City, those are the largest cities in this part of the geography. The issue with Midland, similarly to what I think we had talked about last week, Midland, although it is a city and it has more minority population than an average rural county in this part of the state, does not have the same level of minority population as Flint and Saginaw. And I couldn't tell you if adding this would help or not. It might be beneficial just to, if Midland can be flagged to see if it changes the numbers in a positive direction.
Kent, I think that's probably version 3. Could you pull that up?
I remember correctly, that was done. I'll bring up the third version.
Yeah, and just to make things less clear, we did receive, during the meeting, we added Midland and then we took Midland out. And your analysis at the time was that adding Midland actually diluted some of the African-American vote. However, we did receive some public comment basically saying that Midland by itself wouldn't have that effect and that we should actually take out, I believe it's called Tuscola to the eastern there, because that is very rural, very, very white. And so there was some comments to that effect that leaving Tuscola in and then adding Midland, if we took out Tuscola, we wouldn't necessarily see that dilutive effect and we can still keep the Tri-Cities together. So just something else to consider.
Which is possible, but as you know, the challenge with congressional districts is they're so big. You need a lot of population. There aren't any cities of 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 in this part of the state. So you will need to include rural districts because you need them to get the population balance.
Commissioner Rothorn.
And I'm just acknowledging that we have underpopulated it too, right? It's not the most underpopulated, but that is an effort to also reduce dilution, or I suppose keep it balanced.
Commissioner Rother, to your like right on the money point, I think that since the deviation is small, it's 0.23. So we're not talking about a 3 or 4% deviation. I think that as you move forward, that would be a perfect example of justification to make clear to the public and for the record that you're doing this to reduce the dilutive effect on the 3 largest minority populations in this district. So I think that would line up very well, and it's a great example of clear justification to explain why you're doing that. And again, the deviation is small. So if it were a 3 or 4% deviation, that would be more of a concern, but it's under 0.3. To explain why it's at 0.23, I agree. I think you're absolutely right.
So shall I bring up V3, version 3?
So this is what I just did. I redrew it and took out. You get 14.80. Because the loop keeps it the same.
And keeps Midland.
Yeah, it keeps.
So it appears 11 is light, but this area was taken out of 11 compared to version 2, and this was added in, generally speaking, I think. Should I make this a little darker, or is that good?
I think it's okay since the other ones around it are darker. Can we see it on the active matrix?
And part of me is thinking about sort of, so I'm just thinking about what if we could actually keep Midland whole and have Midland in there, right? Which is one of the things that we've heard from the public comment. I'm just thinking, I wonder if we can sort of like reconcile things here and, take Tuscola out, for example, and keep Midland in. And I know that would be almost a complete redraw. And I know we're at 4:30 right now. But I just wanted to offer that there are ways, and I think, maybe we just want to remember, somehow it's not just about the city of Midland here, but the public comment we got was keep Midland whole.
Yeah. So I did just submit a map in that does just that we can look at tomorrow. But I did actually add in all of Midland, take off some of Tuscola. It did take a lot of adjustments throughout because you sort of had to rebalance the population. So that's something we can look at tomorrow if people are interested in it. So I did do that because, again, the public comment we were hearing from people in Midland City that they wanted to be with Bay and Saginaw. And we were also hearing from people around Midland City and the township that they wanted to be with Midland. So I think that sort of accomplishes both goals of keeping Midland Township, Midland, and the Tri-Cities together without diluting the African-American or the Hispanic population. Commissioner Lang.
I'm going to disagree on that one. We did get the comments about that, but we also got a lot of comments from Midland City in Midland County about wanting to be kept to the west because of the watershed issues, the Tittabawassee and everything. So that's why the compromise district was up there. Actually, we just had public comment today about it. The people that spoke and said that their comments were no longer there, they've gone back in and put their comments, and that's what it is that they would like to be kept. They were actually giving approval for the map that got changed where they said it was 176, I believe, from 146 or whatever the number was at the beginning. That was the map that they were talking about that kept Midland with that area. So I'm looking in it in terms of, I think we compromised on the Senate district when we did this, but I think there needs to be some compromise here as far as Midland goes, because we've had people talk about the 88,000 acres of farms that are there, and to put them with the Tri-Cities, which they don't even, half of them don't even consider themselves the Tri-Cities anymore, which we've heard in public comment. So I think out of all the areas, this is the one, this is the hill that I would stand on. Just saying, I think we're going to have to come up with some kind of compromise.
Excuse me, I wanted to point out that in the District 11 that's on the screen now, that includes, Kent, this includes Midland, correct? District 11?
This
So,
is where they cut the top, they removed this area from 11
okay,
and then included Midland.
okay. Well, in looking at the Black population in this district, the change is like 0.4%. It's really not, it's not big. Plus, interestingly, the population deviation here is lower than in the other version that was on the screen. And I think that it's not really surprising that the differences aren't that great, because Midland is not a majority minority city or a minority plurality city. Remember, we looked at the election returns. The election returns did not work out with Midland. And I'm not suggesting including it or not, but this is just a good example to see that this does not change the Black population very much. A 0.4 change at this level of percent is likely not going to be dispositive. So because the population is small. What I think may be instructive too is we can look at what the election returns are just to get a sense of how the district does. But I think between the alternative we looked at a moment ago and this one, the Black population doesn't really change that much. So there's not any significant difference just in that narrow area.
Commissioner Orton?
Okay, I'm not sure where we go from here. Like tomorrow we can look at your one that you submitted, ones the other commissioners have submitted, I guess.
Yeah.
But where do we go from here? Do we make our decision on what two we think we want to propose?
Well,
Can we eliminate one?
can we eliminate one? Well, I think Commissioner Clark wanted to present one with Flint.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, he said that earlier. With Flint separate, sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see why we couldn't go with 3. But here's the problem that I see. To get public hearing comments, our public hearing is going to be in Flint. So we kind of know, based on the other day, all the Flint comments we got, we'll hear them again. And we may not get as much representation from Bay City, Midland, and Saginaw at that hearing. So that's, and we have no public hearing, second public hearing up in the Bay City area. So because of that, we may get a stronger public comments that Flint should be with that those, but that's not necessarily the Bay City Saginaw perspective. I'd like to hear from Richard on this, because he lives up in that area. Do you think we should bring it 2 or 3 maps, or how many?
Thank you. I've been sitting here listening. I guess I'm not sure which way to go. I do like the idea of more maps. I've read many comments, keep Midland out of it. I've read many comments, keep Midland with the Tri-Cities. I've read many comments about Flint did not want to be in with the Tri-Cities. And I've read comments that they do. So I guess we have to decide what we want. Now we have at least 3 maps. I'm not sure what the 4th one is. Maybe this is a good choice. We have one right now with Midland in. The previous one has Flint by itself. The other one, I'm not sure, I don't remember. And then what's the 4th one look like? Can you bring that up quick?
I can bring that up, but that was the Grand Rapids with the arm going out to Muskegon. I think it was a copy of 3, but we'll look at it real quick. Sure.
Yeah, there were 2 maps with Flint, Genesee, or Flint, Saginaw, and Bay together. One that has this Muskegon jog and the other that doesn't.
I want to try to highlight Mr. Adelson's words that if we, for Commissioner Clark in particular, like you do have to justify the VRA analysis. And we as a commission have to justify the VRA analysis that dilutes the black population's vote if we choose not to have the combined Flint and Saginaw. We have to justify it. And so I'm uncomfortable with that. I don't think we have a leg to stand on because we have an alternative and we've proposed it. And so what I'm saying is like, that's the point is like, I think we have to make hard decisions and we have to comply with the law. And that's the first priority. And so if I understand you correctly, Mr. Adelson, that's our challenge. If we choose to go with that other district, we have seen that that dilutes the black population's vote. You see Cynthia's hand?
Yep, Commissioner Orton.
So I have a question about that then. But Mr. Adelson is conferring. I'll wait.
Midland doesn't care. Midland doesn't matter if it's Flint and Saginaw or just Flint and.
Okay. Okay.
And it's almost 4:40.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say.
So, Mr. Adelson. So the populations that I wrote down in the three different versions, it went from when Flint was alone, 10.28% Black population, and then the highest that it got, which is this version, I believe, is 13.96 was the highest one. So that is 3%. Is that, and it's still very much lower than the threshold for opportunity to elect district. We still need to consider it and get it as high as we possibly can in every district.
No. Doing redistricting where you're trying to get a minority population as high as you can is not what I would recommend because that brings up racial predomination issues. It's tacking to Dr. Andrews' analysis. And also in this example, if you have one district with Flint and congressional district, and one district with Saginaw, those cities in that part of the state have the largest Black population. So given that the population surrounding these cities is largely rural and largely non-minority, if you have two districts with two cities that have 45 to 50% minority, but they're in separate districts, then the percentage of the Black population in each one will be relatively lower and also more diluted. So my suggestion, as with in other places, if you have an opportunity to create a district where you are not dividing minority populations when you don't have to, or you have an ability to create a district within the appropriate deviation where you're not reaching out to grab a distinct minority population, but the shape of the district is pretty consistent with the average district that is created. My recommendation is to look at that because otherwise you are isolating two large minority populations. That's not something that I would typically recommend.
Commissioner Orton, anything else to add?
Once again, I don't know where to go from here.
Well, it's okay because we're out of time for mapping for today. So you don't need to go anywhere. Okay. All right. So at this point, we are going to move on to the next item in our agenda, which is approval of the minutes we have a few meetings here. So without objection, we will proceed to the approval of minutes from the September 15th Okay, so we're gonna do these one at a time. So we have meeting minutes from September 15th, September 16th, which has two meetings, and September 20th. Are there any proposed edits to any of the draft map or draft minutes that have been provided? Okay, seeing none. So may I have a motion to approve the meetings of the minutes held in East Lansing, Michigan on September 15, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there actually all in favor of approving the meeting minutes from the meeting September 15, 2021? Please signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the first meeting held in Allendale, Michigan on September 16, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches.
I'm not doing it.
Second by Commissioner Follett. All in favor of approving the MICRC minutes from the first meeting, September 16, 2021, signify by raising your hands and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the second meeting held in Allendale, Michigan on September 16, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Follett. All in favor of approving the meeting minutes from the second meeting, September 16, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held in East Lansing, Michigan on September 20, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Follett. All in favor of approving the meeting minutes from September 20, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Without objection, I'd like to ask our Communications and Outreach, there you are, Edward. Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III, to provide a report. Please proceed, Mr. Woods. Oh, boy.
Tess, can you hear me?
All right.
Okay, I just need a minute. I deleted the email that's going to actually put me on, so hold on just a second.
All right. Why don't we check with MDOS? Do you have any updates? Okay. I will also say that correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. Does anyone have any announcements? Executive Director Hammersmith?
Just a couple of things. The meeting for Friday has been confirmed by Edward that we will be able to meet at the hotel where we're staying, which is the Detroit Marriott Troy. So commissioners can be there Wednesday night and Thursday night. For the Thursday meeting at Oakland University meetings. And then also for the Friday meeting that will be held right at the hotel. This is a new meeting, so it would need to be approved. And we would need to set a time for that meeting also on Friday. And Dr. Handley will be with us that day. So that will be an important meeting. Are there suggestions for the time?
Commissioner Ordens?
I move that we plan that meeting. And I would suggest 9 to 5. And then if we are ready to end early, we can, but that'll be our last meeting before the second round of public hearings, I believe. So we should give ourselves as much time as we can.
Yes and no. So we may have, I was going to discuss this in future agenda items. We will likely have meetings Monday and Tuesday of next week, depending on what happens this week. But sort of the discussion with staff about where we are at is our goal is to, if anybody has any alternative maps, have them submitted by tomorrow to discuss Wednesday and Thursday of this week, the maps, reconcile them like we were starting to do today. Have Dr. Hanley analyze them and present that to us on Friday. And then Monday and Tuesday, we need to decide which maps we are actually going to be submitting for the public hearings for review, the draft maps. And that needs to be done by Tuesday, end of day, so that the Department of State and the staff can actually post those meetings in time for the public hearings. So we may have to go into Monday and Tuesday of next week, depending on where we're at, especially because we may need to adjust partisan balance based on Dr. Hanley's report, which we're not getting till Friday. We might not have time to finish that. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I'd like to have one change based on what you said. Alternative maps, can we get another day or two before we submit them?
Sue, where are you over there?
Is that
I think the
acceptable?
concern is you need to submit them 24 hours before, and then it takes time to get them posted. So I mean, you could do them on Thursday, but then it just makes it hard for Dr. Hanley to analyze them because she might not have that in time for Friday. That's the only thought. Commissioner Horton.
So would Wednesday night be the cutoff of when we can submit them?
Executive Director.
The maps do need to be submitted a day in advance so they can be posted on the website. And then the other commissioners also would have an opportunity to look at those ahead of time.
So what
we
day
need
would that be?
24 hours, and then Dr. Handley will need some time also to look at those.
So what is the last time we can submit them?
Ideally Wednesday.
And what, is there like a particular time, 5 o'clock, 10 o'clock?
Yeah. I mean.
Up till midnight?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
so let's say
Yeah, I
close of
mean,
business.
if you did, then they
Wednesday.
couldn't, if it's after 5, they can't be posted till the next day because we rely on MDOS staff to post everything.
Okay, so by 5 o'clock Wednesday. Yes, I do see Dustin and I see Rhonda. Commissioner Witchus and then Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I would caution using the word cutoff. We have the right as a commissioner to turn in our maps whenever we want. We don't need to have our personal ones addressed by anybody or anyone to have anyone analyze it. We have one that's already done that way. If I want to work on one even next week, that I could potentially want to bring along on the road with me too, as a proposed draft for double to comment on, I can do that. It's not something that is contingent on Dr. Handley or anyone looking at. So I'm not that I'm going to make big drastic changes, but I would not use the word cutoff because we have the right to do that as a commissioner.
Well, we do have timeframes that we have to comply with in terms of what has to be released publicly.
Correct, yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's what's driving that deadline.
correct. If we're not going on our listening tour, second public hearing round until October 11th, I could say I want to submit one next week and it would still be fine. It doesn't have to be in this week. And then even if we are on the road and I say I was working on something based on comments, I could do it and submit it 24 hours in advance and say, here's another map that I drew, even when we're on the road. There is no real deadline except for the fact that we have to submit it to EDS and the Secretary of State and our staff 24 hours before we can bring it up so it can be posted.
That's not accurate from my understanding from staff that the who is it who posted ultimately, they need 3 days to post the map was what we were told because they also have to put in, it's not just the map, it's also the data underlying your map and go ahead, Department of State staff. My understanding was next Tuesday, close of business was when the cutoff was to submit maps before, in advance of the public hearing. I'm not saying you can't submit it later, but in terms of the schedule that we're receiving from the Department of State, we really need to have those maps in by Tuesday so that they can actually put them out there in advance of the public hearings because they do require that 3-day lead time.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm gonna jump in because we're gonna slow it way down. So the mapping process that the commission adopted has the final maps being final proposed draft maps for publication for the public hearings being adopted tomorrow. We're discussing what the volume of work left needed still to be done on not only selecting which plans the commission wants to bring forward, but the compliance activities and compliance analysis that needs to move forward. So going a little bit outside of the schedule and kind of cutting into that publication timeframe that we talked about when the mapping process was being proposed and discussed by the commission. So that entails posting the data used to draft the maps on a data portal, publishing the proposed maps, and publishing the legal description, which is also a map that meets certain requirements that are set forth in the Constitution and under a relevant statute in the state of Michigan. The collaborative commission maps are separate and apart from the individual commissioner maps with which Commissioner Witches was just referencing. I would like to distinguish, though, is that the timing needed to the 24-hour period was for your alternate draft maps that were going through your drafting in your collaborative work cycle. These maps are individual commissioner maps to be published and discussed on or available for the public to comment on your second round of public hearings. Those would also need to have to be published, to have the legal description map drawn and all of those other things. So I think we're trying to balance, or to the extent that it can be done, not having 20 maps go over to the vendor on the same day that need to be turned around so fast. That's the first. So the only other clarification I wanted to make was that no, you would not be able to advance an independent map during that process because it needs to meet those posting requirements. So it is slightly different from the individual maps you've been bringing forward to date. But again, the individual or independent commissioner maps are completely separate and apart from the collaborative maps. So hopefully that distinction was helpful. And again, the timing in which we need to be able to take the proposed draft maps that the commission has adopted for publication for the second round of public hearings and have those maps meet the constitutional publication criteria will take days, not a couple days, at least 3 to 4 days, potentially even longer, depending on the number of maps and the workflow. So I just wanted to make that distinction again, that there's two separate things going, and we're trying to spread that work out as much as we can. That was part of our effort. And I don't know if MDOS had something to add to that, but I did want to highlight that distinction. And
Ms.
I'm sorry,
Ryan.
the compliance analysis with the criteria will need to be performed on all of the maps. Mr. Adelson is available to the individual commissioners. And when Dr. Handley presents her partisan fairness measures and how to interpret those results and empower the commission to use those tools and the software moving forward, then that will also be something that the commission can work into their analysis. But again, the compliance criterion analysis is going to be a significant undertaking.
Sarah Reinhardt, did you have something to add?
I was really just going to say what your general counsel said. Commissioner Witches is correct that for commissioners to submit a alternative map for review of the commission up to this point while you guys are drafting really just requires that day in advance. But going into the public hearings, any commissioner that wants to put forth a map for review of the public during public hearings for them to comment on and consider as a potential map for you all to adopt, that requires kind of a different threshold, which includes, as your general counsel said, the analysis that your collaborative maps will be undergoing, which requires time. And also it requires submission in advance because they have to be turned into like the legal description map and other criteria for publication prior to the hearings. So yeah, just kind of restating what your general counsel said.
Okay, thank you very much. That was helpful. Commissioner Lang.
Holy smokes. I feel like we go around in circles. I have a clear understanding and then I don't. So I'm just going to do it 3 questions. Did I not just hear you say, Rebecca, that next Tuesday would be the absolute latest prior to the long explanations?
So I think for maps that you want the public to see and to be considered at public hearings for comment, yes. That I think is my understanding from General Counsel and Department of State.
Well, then I would move. Was that correct? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
General Counsel, is that correct? So Tuesday for maps that they want to be considered by the public at public hearings.
So
Tuesday next week.
Yes.
I think that the answer to that question is that Tuesday would be the day to maintain the current schedule of public hearings. Depending on the work of the commission in drafting these final adjustments, doing the compliance analysis, the work of the individual commissioners for those that elect to submit individual maps, individual proposed plans, that's what's driving the time frame. So I think I hear the goal of the commission is to maintain the current public hearing schedule, which would require by probably Tuesday, I think would be a safe estimation to have the publication and the downstream activities that need to be done accomplished. But again, what drives this process is the commission's drafting of maps. So I would just offer that as the answer and of course, acknowledging Commissioner Witches's comments also about cutoffs that the mapping work is what's driving the process and the timing and the time constraints that the commission is put under because of the census delay. But for maintaining the current schedule of public hearings, yes, Tuesday would be an appropriate date to aim for.
Okay, so can I just make a motion that if anybody wants to submit a map for public review to go through these hearings, that we have them submitted by Monday, no later than the beginning of our meeting on Monday. I say this motion because we just finished up our House districts. So now that we have a complete map in each one, we may want to evaluate those and tweak changes on our own. We may like certain parts, but we may not. That will give us the weekend to evaluate. And if we do choose to do it, especially with our meeting schedule as it is right now, that would give us the time to actually submit those by Monday and still give our vendors a week to evaluate those. Does that seem fair? I guess that's my motion anyways.
That seems fair. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Lang to require that. Did you give a time on it or just Monday?
By the end
of the day?
By the beginning of the meeting, I think is what you said.
I would say the beginning of the meeting.
Okay.
On Monday.
So beginning of the meeting on Monday, that commissioners who want their maps to be submitted to the public for submission and consideration at public hearings have to submit them by the beginning of the meeting Monday. It was seconded by Commissioner Rawthorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Beginning.
So like the weekend, yeah.
All right, all in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. So we have 1 nay, the ayes prevail, and the motion is adopted. All right, Edward, do you want to come back to you or do?
I do. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm sorry, can you hear me, Secretary of State? I just want to make sure I'm loud. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. right, just want to provide a brief update on communications and outreach and just share some information just to make sure we're all on the same page. Multi-channel marketing, this is from the SAS Institute, and just want to share this with you. Multi-channel marketing refers to the practice of interacting with customers using a combination of indirect and direct communication channels, websites, retail stores, mail or catalogs, direct mail, email, mobile, etc., and enabling customers to take action in response, preferably to buy your products or service, using the channel of their choice. In the most simplistic terms, multi-channel marketing is all about choice. The platforms, when we were doing the communications and outreach plan that we voted for in May, consisted of ads, billboards, editorials, emails, events, Facebook, fact sheets, frequently asked questions, infographic, Instagram, mail, direct mail, presentations, press, text alerts, Twitter, videos, website, and YouTube. Direct mail was added as a part of our discussion on the recommendation of Commissioner Wagner. Our communications and outreach plan was approved on April 15th, 2021 and revised May 6, 2021. It includes direct mail to reach those without internet access, especially in rural areas. We had a difficult time, as you know, in filing a household list and received a customized one that was customized because no one had a list. I also reached out to commissioners and no one could find a list that had households without internet access. The criteria that was used to develop the customized list was low probability of having a smartphone, low probability of email, and no household of all residents, once again, all residents under the age of 26. Direct mail campaign. According to USPS Market Research and Insights, 54% of people surveyed tried a new product or business in a 6-month period in 2020 because they received a mail piece. 5 secrets to boost any direct mail campaign. The direct mail campaign data list is critical. Use creativity with material design, choose a reputable printing business, make your offer stand out, and include a personal call to action. 13 reasons why direct mail is not dead. Direct mail is a 29% return on investment. Direct mail works great with digital marketing strategy. Direct mail is easier to target than you might think. Direct mail is trackable, it's less common, therefore it makes it more unique. How many of you have actually received a letter in the mail versus getting an email? Direct mail gives a feeling of romanticism. Direct mail is tangible in terms of call to action. It gets undivided attention because it's less. It increases brand awareness. It's available for all age groups, and it's creative. This comes from Neil Patel, a blogger that deals with direct mail and digital marketing advertising that you can sign up for his blogs. When we're looking at rural counties in Michigan in particular, we looked at the certificate of need as provided by the Michigan Department of Community Health in terms of these different rural counties. And these were the rural counties: Alcona, Alger, Aranac, Antrim, Baraga, Charlevoix, Sheboygan, Clare, Crawford, Emmett, Gladwin, Gogebic, Hillsdale, Huron, Iosco, Iron, Lake, Luce, Mackinac, Manistee, Mason, Montcalm, Montgomery, Oceana, Ogama, Atanagan, Osceola, Oscoda, Otsego, Presque Isle, Roscommon, Sanilac, Schoolcraft, and Tessola. As you know, Commissioner Lang went out to some of these rural areas and to increase awareness during these county fairs, and each of the counties that she went to is represented in this rural list. When we talked about downriver in terms of looking at, these are the communities of downriver, in terms of Brownstown Township, Ecorse City, Flat Rock City, Gibraltar City, Grosse Isle Township, Huron Township, Lincoln Park City, Melvindale City, Riverwood City, Riverview City, Rockwood City, Southgate City, Trenton City, Woodhaven City, and Wyandotte City. I believe it was Commissioner Rothhorn expressed to see what we could do in the downriver area with regards to the postcards because of a lack of internet access, and just realizing that all people in some of our non-rural areas also have challenges with regards to the internet and need to be informed. When we look at the bid that we received from United Mail, it has a total of 145,900 households that it can serve. When I did the rural counties, it was roughly about 184,000. So I took 70% of that and it came down to 127,052 households. And then for the downriver, I'm proposing that we do 18,848 households for a total of 145,900 households, which is the bid that we received from United Mail that I'm recommending that we go with. Eagle Mailing would have been great, but they're having challenges with getting paper. And so that's why I'm recommending United. Here's the resolution. Resolve that the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission hereby to contract not to exceed $49,999.99 to effectuate a direct mail campaign to rural areas in the downriver area within the state of Michigan with United Mail for outreach to households without internet access prior to the second round of public hearings in accordance with the policy for approval of expenses adopted on January 7, 2001, and pursuant to the budget adopted on March 11, 2001, as well as the resolution to approve direct mail campaign. The MICRC authorizes the executive director to execute the direct mail campaign contract on behalf of the MICRC. So once again, we're trying to multiply our efforts to ensure that people are aware of the Michigan's new redistricting process and how they can engage.
And is it clear, I think I want to be clear, you're still believe that this is timely, and it sounds like it dovetails, the direct mail paper campaign dovetails with the multimedia and the other things to help attract the people to the last part of our process, the process.
We'll be partnering with United Way of Southwest Michigan with 211. So if people have language barriers, they don't speak English, they can be able to know more about that, because we're also trying to drive public comment, which is the same thing that we did with regards to the first round of our hearing as well.
Sorry, for clarification, what I hear you saying is that the direct mail piece will have a telephone number. So the direct mail piece will not say, please respond by mail. The direct mail piece will say, we need your input. Call us.
211.
Call 211.
Partner.
And there'll be translation service, something like that.
Translation, that have
Okay,
questions, they can take care of that. Sorry if I wasn't clear.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
So I infer from this that you're asking us to reconsider what we voted on yesterday.
Absolutely.
Okay. If we do pursue that,
I know.
How do you measure success in this endeavor?
We will get a report from United Way about how many calls they received as a result of the postcard, and I can provide that report to the commission.
But only on phone calls. I don't think there's any other way to gather metrics.
I mean, I think that would probably be the most efficient way, to be honest with you, from a process standpoint, because we do want to measure the effectiveness.
Okay, I think it's based on this information. If we want to reconsider, we need a motion and move forward.
Are you making a motion, Commissioner Clark?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
I move that we adopt the resolution. If I have a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Commissioner Leck?
I think for the reasons that Edward has stated, we approved him doing this some time ago. If it was our intent not to follow through with it, we shouldn't have approved it to start with. Now that he's done the work and come in and with a timely bid at a reasonable price, I guess. I don't know about direct mail, but it seems to be reasonable. And it, as we discussed yesterday, the having the mailing go out close to the time that the meetings will be going on would be the most opportune time. Therefore, I believe that this would be in order to approve. We're not reconsidering anything from yesterday because we didn't approve or disapprove anything yesterday. The motion failed, so we're here today to determine the original, which was, are we going to go forward with it?
Commissioner Lang and then Commissioner Rothorn.
Again, I'm just going to speak for my area. Some of the areas that were on there, I understand you're saying the push to get people to the the meetings, the hearings. I don't see that happening in my area, honestly. I think the premise for the mail outs that was done and suggested months ago was to inform people about the process so they could. We've got hearings that are, say, for counties in my area, the hearings are 2 hours to an hour and a half away. So I really don't see people getting this flyer last minute and showing up to the hearings. And I'm just being honest. Maybe they'll call, maybe they won't. But I think the idea when it was suggested months ago was to inform the people that we are here so they could follow the process. Now we're towards the end of the process. And I still feel that that the money could be allocated for something else that would better inform, but that's my opinion.
Did you? It's up to you, Commissioner Rathburn.
I'll just offer, as we were just debating this yesterday, I remember I said I was on the fence. And what's happened for me is that the whole process, like this whole year that we've been together, like I keep learning, and marketing is the thing that I know least. What Edward helped me understand was that he understands that this is not too late or too little, and it might be the right time. And so what I mean to say is, like, for me, because of that, what he gave me helped me sort of say, yes, I'm going to trust that this is the right time. And I think that, and the other piece that for me is like everything that we do when it's outreach related and public engagement, I think it's sort of we cover our butt a little bit more. I think when we do our outreach, right, it's not just rubber stamping. I'm not saying meaningless outreach and just the act of doing it. But when we do this, I think we help ourselves say we did everything we could. And again, I was on the fence because I thought it might be a little bit too late. My understanding now is that it's about phone calls and it's going to be, and Edward's my marketing expert. I've learned a lot. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Clark and then Mr. Woods.
Yeah, I agree with you, MC. The further explanation today really helped. And I have the utmost confidence and respect for Edward and the work he's done and the way he's led us on the communications path. So I'm willing to support him in this as well.
All right. Mr. Woods.
I just want you to know, they don't necessarily have to come to the public hearing. They can call and get assistance. We sign people up remotely where people can call on the phone, or they can do on the virtual, just like it happened during the first round of public hearings. So let's just make sure what we're driving is public comment, whether it's in person or remotely. And they do provide assistance with regards to helping people sign up and making sure that every voice is heard.
Commissioner Curry, did you have a comment too?
Oh, just as I took my hat off to those that went to school and got their law degrees and whatever degree that you got. I went to school for communications and journalism, and I know what works, and getting things out to the people works. You probably would never buy some products if you didn't hear about it, if they didn't bring it to your door. So I think that whatever it takes to support and make all of us look good in marketing, whatever, he's doing a fine job. Let's not stop now. We're trying to get this thing done. My comments.
All right, let's go ahead and take a vote. And Department of State, because this was closed yesterday, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. So we have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches to adopt the resolution that was presented by Mr. Woods. So a vote on this, yes, will be in favor of the resolution.
Commissioners, please indicate your support of the motion with a yes or a no when I call your name. I will call on you in alphabetical order, starting with Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothorn.
Yes.
Rebecca Satella.
Yes.
Janice Follett.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
No.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
Yes.
Doug Clark,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
With a vote of 9 yes to 2 no's, the motion carries.
Thank you very much, Department of State staff. Okay, before we all go, we started with Cynthia starting with a motion for Friday. You've got more stuff? Oh, boy. Okay, so I'm just wondering if we need to get that motion approved today, Executive Director. I'm assuming you want us to approve. Cynthia had started to make a motion and then we did not hear a second. So we want to do that right now or? Okay, so your motion was to start at from 9 to 5, right? 9 to 5 on Friday with the possibility that we can leave early if we wrap stuff up. All right, all in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, the ayes prevail. So the motion on Friday will be from 9
Madam
to
Chair?
5.
We just have to see.
Madam Chair, I didn't see our remote attendees.
I can't see them. I didn't hear anybody say nay.
Aye.
Commissioner Wagner, were you an aye or an nay?
I was an aye.
Aye. Okay, that's what I thought. I didn't hear him say nay. Okay, so Edward, let's go back to you. I just wanted to get that resolved before it dropped off our agenda.
I just want to share with the commission our locations. We've already did the locations and the times. We're in the process of getting contracts signed and getting everything set up. Dort Center, Flint, Treetop Resorts, October 12th, Northern Michigan and Marquette on the 14th. The following week is still the same, October 18th, Amway Grand Plaza Hotel. The 19th, still the same, Radisson Plaza. Thursday, October 21st, the Lansing Center. Macomb is saying, here's the change. Schoolcraft College, we had it, and then they told us we didn't have it anymore, and they didn't offer explanation. I did ask for one, and I'm still waiting for a call back, but I don't want to waste around. So Sheraton Detroit Novi Hotel is available. It's in Novi. It's not too far from where we're going. And so that is a change, but then the TCF Center in Detroit is the same.
All right. Commissioner Orton.
So I have a question. Since you said contracts are in the process of being signed, is there any way that we could push back a week to what we had originally talked about? I'm just feeling like we are really rushed with the compliance analysis and the map drawing. So I'm just wondering if we could have a little more time, because the map drawing is our major thing.
I would have to defer to our executive director because of the timelines that we're trying to get things complete. Obviously, you can always go back and ask, but these dates are hard to come by. October is a fall convention month. And so that's usually, so we're very fortunate to actually have these dates because usually a lot of fall conventions take place in October. So Director Hammersmith.
The timeline that has been built is very tight. And after the public hearings, there are 6 business days. There's a Friday and the following week for deliberations for any changes to your maps. So if you bump the second round of public hearings a week later, you're bumping into that week you were going to do deliberations. And then the final vote on proposed maps is scheduled for November 5th, which initiates that 45-day period of public comment. After the maps are produced by EDS again and CSS, they have to have time to produce those, to publish those. So it's a very tight timeline, and I don't know where we can find an extra week in it.
May I offer that this is one of those challenging pieces, but it sounds like we have to decide. And so let's sit on it tonight. We've got the information that Director Hammersmith just gave us, right? How tight it is. And I think we have to decide. It sounds like we as a commission have to decide, sort of plan A, plan B. So let's take it up tomorrow morning. And I guess be prepared to sort of like talk about it, like talk about the pros and cons and what we're willing to, what sort of stress we're willing to put ourselves under.
Commissioner Lett.
Keep in mind that we're going to end up in court. And so we need to look as good as we can, that we were as timely as we could be, given the constraints of the census and what we've been trying to accomplish. So if we come along and say, well, we're going to push it back a week, it's not going to look good in court.
Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Clark.
I understand that, but I also feel the most important task that we are tasked with is to draw fair maps. And I feel like we should give it all we can, which we're already on a super tight timeline. I just feel like that's the one place maybe we shouldn't scrimp is time drawing and deliberating over the maps.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, quick comment. This is to really, this decision is really based on time or quality product. And we got to choose between one of the two. I would prefer to be late a week and get the quality product out.
Madam Chair.
Yes, General Counsel.
Just very briefly, I did want to again remind that the timing that the commission is currently under, the time frame and the proposed schedule was adopted by the commission. So that is a consideration. And I could not have said it better than Commissioner Orton, where when you're in court, you're going to want the work product of fair maps to carry you through to success in the courtroom, where the commission, as of September 17th, should have had the proposed maps posted. And because of the constitutional requirements, that was anticipated that was not going to happen. So again, the timing is already an issue. Being sensitive to the downstream Bureau of Election Activities, the qualified voter file, the candidate nominating petitions, all of those stresses as well. But in the present time where the commission is now, the focus has to be on the map process, the map criteria, and all of those kinds of things. So those were the comments that I'd again like to offer for consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner Riches.
Given the time that everything that we don't consider is automatically unfinished business for the next day, I move to adjourn.
I second that.
Put a fork in it.
We have a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Witches, seconded by myself. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, we adjourn at 5:25. See you tomorrow, guys.